It's day 3 here at Providence in beautiful Guyana. And we welcome you to the National Stadium where we greet you with brilliant sunshine this morning. Guyana Harpy Eagles taking on Jamaica Scorpions in round 4 of Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Tournament 2023. The game certainly belongs to fast bowlers so far, but Leon Johnson with a brilliant 150 stole the limelight on day number 2. Day number 3 presents more opportunities for these teams to press home their advantage. The Guyana Harpy Eagles certainly with an advantage so far, leading by 301 runs heading into this very important day. A day can determine where this game will go. Good morning, John Ramsing is the name, and alongside me, Indrajit Prasad, bringing you the action live from Providence. Clyde Butts, Matthew Kisoon waiting in the wings, and the game is set up nicely for an exciting finish. The Guyana Harpy Eagles having to fight back in their second innings, ending day number 2 on 138 for 4, with the Test player Tejan Ryan Chandapal on 60, and the West Indies A wicketkeeper batsman Tevin Imlach on an even half century. Together they've put on 105 runs for the 5th wicket, having joined forces at 33 for 4, when Marquito Mindley rocked back the Guyana Harpy Eagles top order with Nandu no score, Savory 1, Johnson 2, and Anderson 22, all sent back. Indrajit, welcome to day number 3, a day that will determine where this match is going to go. But at the start of day number 3, 301 runs ahead, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will feel that they are ahead.
Good morning to you, John. Good morning to our viewers and listeners. You're absolutely right. That 301 with still 6 wickets remaining. And if we are to judge the Scorpions by the way they have batted so far in this year's tournament, that 301 could be considered a massive lead. Jamaica will have to come good today. First, they will have to dismiss the Harpy Eagles. If they do not, well then Leon Johnson will have on his hand at what time the declaration will come. But so far, so good for the Harpy Eagles. 301 in front. That's a massive lead. And with 2 men on half centuries, well set, it looks ominous for the Jamaicans. On the other hand, John, as the players go out into the middle there, Tejan Chandapal normally have a lot of problem starting his innings on another day.
Good observation there, Indrajit. Tevin Imlach with him. First score of significance in this match, 46 in the first innings, now 50 here. It is important for him to continue.
Yes, and certainly, and why these little innings so far is rated, it's because of the bowlers that he had to come up against. I mean, Mindley is having a good tournament. Nicholas Gordon has had a good tournament as well. And there is Dorval Green too. So he has scored off them. He will want to go way past that 50 overnight.
They batted a long time together, Imlach and Chandapal. They're in the middle now, ready to resume battle. But I remember another Guyanese batter always finding it difficult to start or resume the next day, Ramnaresh Sarwan. And now you're seeing that problem again with another one, Tejan Ryan Chandapal. He has a good start so far, just back from a test series. And he really wants to continue with that kind of dominance to show that he has learned a lot on the international circuit and want to really make it count at this level.
Certainly, and what Tej needs to do is to just throw history behind of him. This is a brand new day. He's well set there. Retake his guard, and the mindset should be, just watch it a little bit closer on day number 3 here. There might be a little changes. I saw the ground staff using the motor blower, John. There were lots of dust coming off the pitch, which simply means it's very, very dry.
So Marquito Mindley will begin from the southern end here at Providence to start day number 3. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Tevin Imlach. Imlach, 92 deliveries faced in his innings so far. 5 times he reached the boundaries. So it's been a very workmanlike half century from the 26-year-old. Good morning to all of you in Jamaica and wherever else you're joining us this morning. Guyana Harpy Eagles at home. Nice sunshine this morning. Thank God it's Friday, they say. TGIF. But my friend Clyde Butts usually TGIF means thank God it's free.
Yes, and the men are just pumping the air there.
First ball, first run.
Good positive start here by Imlach. And yesterday, he was a mixture of sound defense and good aggression. And you can see the determination from his body language. And, whenever you look at a cricketer, you can almost, read his mind there, the way he moves, the way he plays his shot. There's an air of determination for this young man.
Since that double ton in Zimbabwe for Tejnaran Chandapal, this is his next best score since. So he would want to really make it count. You mentioned declaration and how long in your opening statements, but that is something the Guyana Harp Eagles will want to be looking at. How long will they want to bat in this second innings for? What total they'll be looking to get so that they can give Jamaica Scorpions a target? So questions will be asked, but it also depends on how well the Jamaica Scorpions go this morning. Had some rest overnight, 48 overs with this ball. Marquito Mindley bowling with his tail up. Needed support from the others. Nicholson Gordon, economical, but did not pick up a wicket. Dorval Green was expensive in the early part of his spell in the second innings. Shields just didn't look the part. So lots on the shoulders of Marquito Mindley. And we see the pitch not assisting the slower bowlers. So Abhijay Mansingh, despite getting some of his varieties in, not looking that threatening. So it could be a long day again for Jamaica Scorpions, but depends on how well Mindley go and what support he gets. We can also look at the Harp Eagles being bundled out and Jamaica Scorpions trying to come from behind to claim a victory.
Yes, all those are possibilities. Good, and with the few deliveries sent down so far, both Guyanese, Imlach and Chandrapal, are very careful, cautious start, that's understandable. They know that the opening outburst by the Jamaicans, they've seen what Smith and Beaton did as well, but this is not a new ball. This is in its 45th over. But they will still want to ensure the bowlers are fresh this morning, be just about cautious. Very few deliveries have been short of a length. Most of them are deliveries well pitched up.
I'm sure both of these players, Mindley and Chandapal, will have memories of what took place in the first innings right here at Providence, with Mindley getting one to really come back sharply to uproot the middle stump of Chandapal, who opted to play inside the line. So you see now Mindley starting a bit wide and now coming in even closer with the last ball. So you have to watch him very carefully, Chandapal. First over of the morning completed. Harp Eagles 139 now for the loss of 4.
And this has been a steady start by both the batsmen as well as Mindley. You see Mindley there didn't run in as though he wanted to bowl at express pace. He wants to ensure that control is the key for him. That last delivery, short of a good length, did nip back. And yes, it can bring back memories. Tejnaran and Chandapal in the first innings badly misjudged the line of the delivery. And Mindley got one to squeeze and turn back into the left-hander. So he's going to be mindful about that.
It's going to be Dorval Green, who's going to come from the northern end. Some clouds overhead, as you can see, but they're very high. You can see the blue behind as well. We had a strange occurrence last weekend with some rain coming in. Suddenly, you'd want to say. It's the first Friday of Ramadan in the Jeet.
Yes, John, I would like to wish you.
Edged away between the keeper and first slip. They were looking at each other and not the ball. And the ball went by into the boundary for 4. That's the first boundary of the morning. But a feather in the cap for the bowler.
Yes, and I think Blackwood has gotten it here wrong. This is early on day number 3. You want to ensure that you support your bowlers there. That one slicing the keep on the 4 slip down to the boundary for 4. It was in the air. Supposing just put in another slip there. You want to ensure early there going to be a little movement with the ball, and maybe when the horse has bolted, then he might think to plug that gap. Put in the slip.
Imlach will want to be very watchful. This time just getting it off the meat of the bat, up in the face, and get a single. So rotation in the strike as well is going to be important. Do not want to be bogged down on Dorval Green. He is very tricky, He can be deceitful as a bowler. He tends to get the ball to slide off a good length and kick sometimes. So he'll be looking for a very good start. Green, I think the Guyana Harp Eagles in the second inning, yesterday realized the threat of Green. So they went after him very early to get him out of the attack. And it worked. So now he's back.
Yes, John, and I would like to join with you in wishing all our Muslim brothers and sisters, wherever they are, celebrating this sacred month of Ramadan, all the best. May the Almighty God, our Creator, continue to bless you. And fasting in general is good for the human body. You free the stomach up a little, you ensure that the organs rejuvenate, and it's good for your longevity as well in life.
Yes, that sacrifice you make, and it's so much rewards for that sacrifice. Very well bowled from Dorval Green.
And that's the plan, John, coming wide of the crease there and getting the ball aligned with the off stump. And talking about fasting, some of our young technicians here, they normally ask, when should we fast? Before meals or after meals?
Most of the technicians are growing boys. They have to eat.
They say young men must eat. That's the only way they can grow. These youngsters on FL Sports, they have done a fine job. They're good learners, and that is the thing that is important if you want to go through. And I know that there will come a time as FL Sports grow, it is going to be a name to reckon with. Every sign is there as it ventures into the future with a solid beginning.
Green completes his first over of the morning. Harp Eagles starting the day on 138. They're now 144 for 4.
And as we look back at the pitch here, I think nothing is wrong with the pitch. But of course, there is always room for improvement. Maybe I'd just like to see a little bit more water on that surface. And the light roller is used so that you bind the topsoil much better rather than to use the heavy one at the beginning of it. Those lighter rollers tend to ensure that the topsoil, the surface of that pitch, is bound, especially when there's some grass on it. It makes it better.
Mainly it is to continue. And just before the start of play this morning, I saw assistant coach for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Garvin Ned, working with Tevin Imlach in the practice nets. And Imlach also asking of the assistant coach some questions. What about this? Should this happen? So it's good to see that he's really taking this game very serious, Stephen Imlach. Nice straight drive. That would be a boundary for the young player from the Demerara Cricket Club here in Georgetown. Well played. Getting closer now to 150. It's now 148 for 4.
Now that was a classical on drive. It's not one of the easiest shots to play, and everything was good about that one. Moved across nicely. Down came the bat in the perfect arc to mid-on, and it raced across the boundary for 4. Classy shot by the little right-hander.
Badly lined, but there's protection there. There's a field at deep backward square and also a field at fine leg. So they're saving the boundaries on the onside. With 2 fielders behind square. Quite interesting there in the Jeet. Maybe the short ball coming soon.
Might very well. We haven't seen any so far this morning. But that's the intent if you're going to have the fielders in those positions. Nothing wrong. Try 1 or 2 and see what happens, how the pitch will respond, how the batters will respond to you. And the way Imlach has played, I think if the short ball comes along and it's in that corridor, he's not going to look to hit it down through backward square or long leg. He might decide to go forward of square. I think that's the bounce that the pitch has been offering.
Imlach has now gone past Chandapal. Chandapal starting the day on 60, Imlach on 50. 2 boundaries to Imlach this morning, so he's looking composed. Like I said, a little knock in the nets before the start of play might have helped him. There's that continuity. His blood is hot, adrenaline high. Dot ball to end the over. The lead, 312, 149 for 4.
And the battle continues to be observing out in the middle there. I have lots of messages coming through my WhatsApp, John. It's amazing to know how many Guyanese living in North America are following the cricket. They know that Guyana is leading in the points table. They also know Leon Johnson. This is his last hooray at regional cricket, at first-class cricket. And they know, too, that Veerasamy Premal is celebrating his landmark of become the leading wicket-taker in the history of regional 4-day cricket. So lots of interest are out there. And, of course, there are those that are supporting Dr. Kishore Shalu and Basarat, too. They're giving their opinion, suggesting what might be done to improve the fortunes of West Indies cricket. So the interest out there is growing, and that's good to know.
That is the beauty of the stream, the live stream, really taking it to persons, whether they're near or far. Because right here in Guyana, many persons are looking at the game in their offices, or when time permits, will come to the National Stadium. But they're pretty much in tune with what's happening. Green starts and you over pitches. A little bit of indecision in the running there between Imlach and Chandapal.
They have to be careful here. Generally, the communication was good, but I think what happened there is that Imlach is the one who did the call. He was watching where the ball was going. Tej had to respond. So that's something they're going to sort out. Brilliant partnership. You do not want to throw this away via the run-out route.
It was a firm push to mid-off. I think that's what Tej Chandapal was looking at.
And listen, this boy, Dorval Green, he must be given 100% for his effort. He is the guy, the all-rounder in this team. He did well with the bat. He continues to bowl well, still looking for his first wicket in this innings. Had some close shots yesterday afternoon, bowling from the northern end.
Bowled 17 overs in the first innings, 2 for 43 for Green. Wicketless so far in this innings after 11 overs and 3 balls.
Yes, and Imlach is reading the ball nicely off the pitch. He has been judging the bounce well. That's the reason why he gets into position very nicely and in time, whether defending or whether attacking.
O.J. Shields, relatively new. You've seen Midday, Gordon, and Green before. But as Clyde Butts will come into the chair, I was trying to figure out what happened to Jermaine Levi. Played a couple of first-class matches, 4 to be exact, 3 wickets. Haven't seen or heard from him in a long time. What about Reynard Leverage, the 32-year-old? 16 first-class matches, 20 wickets. In fact, started playing for the West Indies A team against Sri Lanka. Not sure what happened with those 2 guys. They were raw. I leave that for yourself and Clyde Butts to try to figure out what happened.
Yes, well, I guess at some point in time, somebody in Jamaica, if they have good investigative journalists there, will delve into the happenings of those names that John Ramsing called, because those were guys who showed tremendous promise when they started their careers. They were also the off-spinner Salmon, who bowled Jamaica to a victory here with 7 wickets. Haven't heard too much from him as yet. 150 for the loss of 4, 52 overs gone. And joining me in the commentary box once again, can't go wrong with the Myconi connection. Clyde Butts, good morning to you, Clyde. A good fight going on out in the middle there, 150 for 4. Jamaica badly needed this breakthrough.
Good morning to you there, my countryman in the JIT. Certainly, it's been tough going out in the middle, I would say, because I think both sides realizing the importance of not letting in one of the sides. Eagles don't want to lose a wicket too quickly. They want to bat and then set themselves a good target, whereas the Scorpions would be thinking that they have to take wickets to peg back the Eagles a little bit. Because with these 2 guys batting, if you allow them to go to that forced water break, they can then, the Eagles can then decide what they're going to do and when to declare and how to declare, how much runs they want, how much time they need to bowl the Scorpions out. So I think those are the things that are happening out in the middle at the moment. And it's interesting to see how things go.
Yes, well, that lead continued to grow, 313 and still 6 wickets standing. Gordon starting another over from this end. Were you a little bit surprised this morning, the very first over? I mean, it's a fresh day. Irregardless, the partnership has gone on past 100. Just starting with 1 slip, and we saw one flying off the edge of Imlach bat going between the keeper and the lone slip, because Jamaica has to pick up wickets.
Not really. I think yes, you want to pick up wickets, but you have to be smart as well. And you didn't want the Eagles to get after a flyer. I think what they're doing is hoping that they could get a wicket quickly and then move on. And if you notice, a lot of balls on the edge, not really carrying the slip either. So I think they would have taken that into consideration. The disappointing thing about me, again, is to see half volleys being driven back up the pitch, being walked off the pad. I think those were the 2 that I've noticed. You've got a deep backward square, for example, when young Trandrapal is batting, and a fine leg. That has a very negative move in terms of you're not going to bowl bouncers on this. So you want that man maybe behind square or just in front of square to save that single, keep things tight. Force him to try something if he wants to score.
That's on the full toss and cut behind point. And he's going to score his first run on day number 3, starting on his overnight 60. He's now gone on to 61.
And that tells why I was saying that, why do you have a deep backward square and a fine leg for him? He's not scoring, he's not rotating. You keep things as tight as possible to him. Yeah, if you have the man and the offside sweeping. Far from that. And again, I want to say that at slip, if the ball is going to go to the left of the foreslip, the wicketkeeper has to go for those deliveries. And this is the second time in this game we see Imlach getting away with that in this innings. The first one was even easier yesterday.
Here's a drive down towards cover. Can't pierce the offside field. And wicket keepers are generally energetic people. They're the one that is watching the ball, watching the bowler running in, looking at the batsman playing his shots, and you tend to move in the direction where you think the ball is going. We have seen some great Jamaicans keeping wickets. Jeff Dujan, he was class. Very acrobatic, Jeff Dujan. Clyde would have played against him.
Yes, very acrobatic, very good behind the stump, especially to the faster bowlers. Very energetic. I hardly see a ball past him in that area. Yeah, maybe not as competent to the spinners, but to the fast bowlers, he was great. And he had fast bowlers to be keeping too.
Yeah.
So,
Good single here, calculated play. Running close to the boundary, will not get there. A nice rotation of the strike here now. In the early days, Jackie Hendricks.
heard a lot about him, and when you see his fingers, you know that he was a wicket keeper. Heard a lot about Jackie Hendricks, been around him for a little while. Excellent keeper from all reports. Probably one of the best West Indies has produced. Probably not as good with the batters as the others, but certainly.
Well, our mentor, Reds Pereira, was always in high praise for Jackie Hendricks. He said he was one of the best he has ever seen. Hello to you, Reds. Reds is focused. He is watching the cricket.
I expect he would be. Good morning to you, Reds Pereira. Knowing Reds, he follows his cricket. And the thing about Jackie Hendricks as well, he was a good administrator, president for Jamaica JCA for a very long time, been a member of West Indies Cricket Board, and member of Cricket Development Committee. And is a person that I've had a lot of time for over the years. He was a selector as well, if I'm not mistaken. So he's somebody that has really served West Indies cricket.
Lived West Indies cricket. And Reds and Zandra, his dear wife, they recently lost through death their pet dog.
My sympathy, Reds and Zandra. I'm sure you'll get another one. And he may be even as good or even better.
Yes, so it's amazing when humans make friends with animals. You know, there's a spiritual relationship, and I know they took that very, very hard indeed, but they shall surely recover from that. When animals become man's friend, it's awesome.
It is.
We saw him there, Clyde, just pulling back the length of the delivery a little.
Yeah, I think that's the length you need to bowl on this pitch. I find it's difficult to score when the ball is back a length and fairly straight. And I think most of the players that we've seen find it that way. Is when you present them with the over-pitch deliveries or wide deliveries, that's when they look to score. Young Chandrapal is batting out there. He's been batting out for 177 deliveries. And he's waiting for those over-pitch deliveries to score off. So why do you want to give it to him? Be patient, hold the areas, keep things fairly tight.
Patience is the key word on these kinds of pitches with outside the line of the off stump. Carlton Bow was another Jamaican wicketkeeper who did well for Jamaica, very nimble behind the stumps. And in his own right, he was a very aggressive batter as well.
Yes, he was. Half a man, as they say. He was. Carlton, good keeper, very aggressive with the bat when he came out. He's one of those players that you never could have trusted. When he came out of bat, he was always dangerous. Behind the stump, I thought he did a good job as well.
They had another little man too, not a big fella. I think he was Hubbard that kept the wicket for Jamaica. Muscular at the top here.
That's the guy. Not bad either.
So Aldane Thomas, if you look back at some of those tapes and see how some successful Jamaican keepers were, what they did to improve their game, just maybe consult with them, you never know. It can be of value. Here's a drive, eases it nicely out towards the backward point, running away from the cover boundary. And they will get the single.
You look at that pitch, still seems to have a little bit of tinge of green and so on. So there is a sort of grass on it as well. So I'm sure the bowlers would be thinking, if you bowl in good areas, there's still something out there for you. And with the new ball, it has proven to be successful.
Absolutely so. And that is the reason why the opening batters, the number 3, the number 4, has to be very careful when they come here. Final delivery coming up in over number 54. Very resolute, Evan Imlach.
He's really played well, though, hasn't he? I think here's the difference in this partnership. When I say that, I mean, when he came out, Chandrapur was really struggling, wasn't getting the ball off the square. He started to push the ball around, and I think it made the Jamaican Scorpion change their feel a little, make things a little easier for Chandrapur as well. But I think since then, Chandrapur has grown. Still not fluent, but has grown and has been good. But Tevin Imlach in this innings has really showed his work.
Good defensive shot down to mid-on to end the over. 155 for the loss of 4. More from you, Clyde. And you'll be joined by Pastor Matthew Kisoon.
Yeah, nice steady over again from Green. That's what he has done in this game, throughout this game and the previous game at the National Stadium. He's been tight, he's been economical, and he is picking up wickets. I think this is the first innings he has been here and he's not been able to pick up wickets, but he's been good, he's been steady, he's plugged away on about the off. Some ball, a few half volleys, yes, but he's been steady and plugging away on or about the off stump. So I say good morning to you, Matthew, and trust you had a very good evening and morning as well.
Thank you, Clyde. Good morning to you. Morning to everyone right across the beautiful land of Guyana, Eastern Caribbean, in Jamaica, especially following your team that hasn't done that well. They were at the bottom of the tables before this game started in terms of points. Following your team well, but the batting has let them down. The bowling has been good, no doubt. You look at Marquino Minley, bowling very well. Dorval Green, the old boy, the fighter. Fast bowlers have done well. Young man Singh plying his trade. Early days to him, age 25. He's got a long way to go. Keep working on his game. Blackwood, the captain, bowled a couple of overs as well in this match. But the fast bowlers have been good for Jamaica. Bright spot for them. Their batting has certainly let them down, and that's why they're on the back foot here now, because you look at that lead, 319, starting overnight, 301. Imlach has been the aggressive batter this morning. Chandrapur has just picked up 3 runs so far. That's guided down to the boundary for 4. When you watch your field carefully, you'll know where you can play your shots. Your shot selection can be spot on. Look at Gordon. saw a lot of real estate in that area there, and he picks up a boundary. 69, he's progressed to. Yes, morning to everyone across the Eastern Caribbean region, other parts of the world, in the US of A, Canada, United Kingdom. The Harpy Eagles are in the driving seat, no doubt. This fifth wicket partnership has been good. Drop. Again, looking to guide the ball away, and got it just to the right of the fielder's slip. He got both hands to it. Eluded him. Another boundary, but a streaky one, Clyde. Imlach has got to be careful in terms of his shot selection, how he wants to play, but he picks up a boundary, fortuitous boundary, as we look at the replay. Should have taken that.
Should have. It was slightly short of a length. It bounced higher probably than Imlach expected. Got the edge, held the edge, went just to the right shoulder of Blackwood, who was unable to hold on to it, and it went to the boundary for 4. Now, that's a bad miss. That's a bad miss, and I think we see him like now walking around, probably telling himself, I have to concentrate, have to make sure I don't do that again. I've gotten my chance. Let's make use of it. I think that catch went a little quicker to Blackwood than he expected. And maybe it's because that one certainly bounced a little high. He was playing a forcing shot off the back foot, and sometimes when you tend to play with hard hands, the ball will go quicker in that slip cordon.
A little bit of frustration shown there by Gordon, as he picks up the ball and is followed through and rifles the return. Maybe in frustration, because that catch should have been taken, Clyde. And
well, he's angry with the wrong man. He's angry with the wrong person. It's not the batsman's fault that your captain at first have dropped the catch. So why are you looking to throw down the batsman? Deal with your captain. And I think the umpire was trying to have a word with him there, and he wasn't very receptive either. And that's not nice.
The end of the over, 164 for 4. That lead is 327 now. Let's say you put yourself in the Eagles camp. How would you be thinking day 3 here?
Day 3, I'll be thinking bat to lunch, or bat to session, water break, assess the situation, and then decide what we're going to do. If we still only lose 4 wickets, I could easily say to the 2 batters out in the middle, look, try and start pushing things along. I'm looking for a declaration as soon as practicable, because I want enough time to be bowling at the visitors.
The weather's been good. Time is of essence. Yes, they need enough time, as you said. I agree with that. But I thought Imlach, when he started this morning, he looked set to score quickly. But he's advanced to 73 from 115 balls. Starting overnight on 50, and even 50 not out. So he's added 23 so far. So he's been the aggressor. Chandrapal has only added 3. Previous delivery from Dorval Green, bowling round the wicket, slanting the ball down the leg side, striking Chandrapal on his pads, but easy decision for Nigel Duguid, even though the players went up. Marquino Minley It's picked up Nandu, Anderson, Savory, and Johnson. And Clyde, yesterday you had what? 15 wickets going down for 263 runs. To date in the match, 24 wickets have fallen. I mean, just about 36
I think
minutes.
the umpire is going to have a word here with Green at this moment. I think if you're bowling, umpire says not out, you've got to get back to your mark and bowl. You can't slow the game down. Do what is necessary, and that last delivery just bowled. Yes, you're disappointed that the umpire didn't put the batsman out. You can't blame the batsman if you think the umpire erred. You've got to try and work hard now to get the batsman out. And that's if you think the umpire erred. I want that to be clear. And most times when you're on the field and you're a bowler and you appeal, you always think that the batsman is out, regardless of where it is going. Once you appeal, you think that's out. But that's not necessarily true.
And one of the funny things to Clyde is that when you're umpiring and a bowler feels that a decision hasn't gone in his favor, when he walks back, he's talking to himself, but he's throwing hints to the umpire as well.
I don't mind that. That's I'm not going to get at that. That's a part of the game. Because I don't see nothing wrong. Once I'm not abusing the umpire, I'm walking back and say, well, that was very close, umpire. What, you know? I'm surprised you didn't raise your hand. Looking at the match analyst, 278 for 10, and now 164 for 4 Eagles. I would think they're in driving seat. The thing about this Jamaican side is that the bowlers have done well to restrict their teams in the first innings to decent scores that you think are capable. A first-class side should be capable of getting, especially on a pitch that has no real devils in it. But when you get bowled out, this is the second time in force you get bowled out for just over 100 runs. That's putting added pressure on your bowlers. You're not allowing them and giving them time to rest, to come back and work harder.
Gordon, none for 26 so far. Yeah, their batting has let them down badly. 101 against the Windwards here last week, first innings, then 233. Their highest is what, 234, I think, Jamaica so far. So they haven't batted, and Blackwood is back. One would expect that he'd be looking for good innings, batting last. But it's not just a Blackwood thing. It has to be a Palmer, it has to be Bonner. You've got good batting down the order.
It has to be the whole team.
That's right. Dorval Green has represented his team well. Nicholson Gordon as well. So the two fast bowlers chipped in nicely at the end of their innings. But the damage was done early. Remember at one stage they were 24 for 6. And then you had that 30-run, 7th-wicket partnership. And then down at the bottom end, the top order was blown away. Well, Jamaica will have a lot to think about because there's time in this game. On his pads, work through the mid-wicket area for runs. And there'll be 4. Hits the ropes. Kevin Imlach will take that any day.
Gordon must be seeing something that maybe we are not seeing because he's been bowling full a lot of times. Unless he's thinking he needs to bowl full to get the batsman out York or LBW, because that is really bread and butter. When you're concentrating on just bowling full, it's easy for the batsman. Previous over, he bowled a couple of short deliveries or back pitch deliveries, and both got edges. One went down to third man, a little wide on the ground, 4 runs. The next one was edge, went straight to the first slip, was dropped, And he's come back in this over and he's bowled more or less 4 half volleys. That's excellent running by him. Like, excellent. From the time he hit that, he set off, deciding he was going to go back for the second run, and he's certainly motoring in terms of his scoring. He's gone to 79. Certainly motoring, certainly giving his captain that added bonus of scoring and scoring fairly quickly.
Look at that partnership, 137 so far. Remember, for the 5th wicket in the first innings, that partnership was worth what? About 126? First innings, that 5th wicket partnership between Johnson and Imlach. But look at this partnership now, even better, 137. But if I'm in the Eagles camp, I will be thinking, I'm looking at 450 initially. I'm looking at 450. Anything would be a bonus after that. That's the end of the over, 170 for 4.
I think you're looking at a little too much. You don't want not to give yourself enough time to unless you can really step up the scoring rate to get to that. You're talking about a 450 lead. I think that may be too much. And one of the things you don't want to do sometimes is to let the opposition decide from ball one. All they've got to do is defend. They haven't got a chance of scoring that runs. I think that becomes tough on the bowlers. I guess sometimes it works, but it becomes a little tough on the bowlers because the batting side tells themselves, I haven't got a chance. Why am I trying?
A relaxed looking Harpy Eagles dressing room just now. Why not? 2 youngsters, I think they're both 26 years old. Look at them. 63, Chandra Paul, 79, Imlach. What do you want to see, Clyde, in cricket generally, red ball cricket? You want to see young players bat long for long periods. I'm interested in that with young cricketers.
I'm interested in players batting long as well, but I have a slightly different opinion on it. I think with playing cricket at this level, you have to be able to rotate. You have to be able to rotate and keep scoring. Because if you don't, you're going to get a delivery that's going to take you out at some time. And you don't want to know that you're batting for 2 hours and there's still 3 slip and a gully behind you. So you must be able to rotate. You must be able to take that, make the captain of the field inside, take that pressure off of you.
So Minley, the only man to have picked up wickets in the Harpy Eagles' second innings, 4 for 36. Gordon, Green, Shields, Mansingh, Blackwood, and Palmer. Not yet in the wickets column. John Ramsing has rejoined me. First time we'll have a stint together on day 3. Another brilliant day for cricket, John. It's been gripping cricket so far. Very interesting game. In favor of the Harpy Eagles presently, when you look at the Jamaica batting, which is not being good, Derval Green having a few words with umpire Nigel Duguid. I think both Green and Nicholson Gordon have been a little bit maybe on the disappointing end where the umpires are concerned. But remember, the umpires control the game. Morning, John.
Hello, Matthew. Hello, everyone, once again. Yes, some disappointed faces this morning. But like we saw earlier with that chance going down. Disappointment from Gordon, but should only be with his players, his teammates. Umpires had nothing to do with that. Anyways, in other news, Kavim Hodge just chalked up another 100 as well for the Volcanoes. So he has joined as captain. Alec Atenes with hundreds in that game against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Hurricanes made 382 for 9 declared. And now the Volcanoes in reply, 239 for 2. Very strong reply.
That's the end of the over, 170 for 4. Yeah, Kavim Hodges, a good cricketer, a good balanced cricketer. It's all about going up to the next level. There's a lot of talk now of the Windward's captain, a young man, Atenes, and you've got young Milius coming along. Players that will be spoken of a lot. Because in West Indies cricket, what has happened is that you haven't found a large number of players who are gelling nicely and performing well, exceptionally well. You know, their performance has been consistent and so on. You're not finding that. What you find is 1 and 2 in the various regional sides. That's where the problem lies.
In the other match at the Queen's Park Oval, TNT in their second innings, TNT Red Force, 65 for 3. They got 203 in their first innings. Barbados Pride, 271. So the Red Force, 203 and 65 for 3. Barbados Pride, 271. It means the Red Force is still trailing by 3 runs. They'll wipe off that soon. But how much more they'll be able to put on and to give the Barbados Pride a target later on, we'll have to wait and see. But 3 matches on simultaneously. Bravo's at a crease on 32.
He's in good form. Darren Bravo, his name has surfaced again, if you get my point.
Just like Leon Johnson. But he said he's going to call it a day after this season for the Guyana Harp Eagles.
How old is Bravo now? 34, I think. You think there's a chance for him? Difficult question to ask you, John, but if I'm correct, how the selectors tend to look at things, you gotta perform in regional cricket to be in their minds.
Shamar Brooks is still up there. We just saw Nkuma Bonner was part of the test as well. There's Kyle Mears. So these are some of the guys that recently did not have good performances. Brooks in his 30s, Bonner as well. So if these guys are considered in their 30s but are not getting runs, and if younger persons are not putting up numbers as well, West Indies selectors may very well be tempted to go to experienced guys who've been there already, like Bravo. Just saying. But with Atenes coming on, the likes of Imlach as well, wicket-keeper batsman, playing second fiddle sometimes to Bramble, playing purely as a batsman. So if he continues to show good form, good temperament, he may very well make the West Indies side as a batsman. These are possibilities. But Alec Atenes has done very well to get into that middle order for West Indies.
So age should not be a problem. That's the end of the over. 171 for 4. So if you're in your 30s and you're performing well, I don't think the selectors should use age as a consideration or a factor. It seems to be a problem in terms of territorial, in the various territories, where age is being looked at as a factor. But to my mind, if the youngsters aren't quite up to scratch, well, just wait your turn a little more, especially in Test cricket.
Devon Smith was recalled when he was in his 30s after scoring a ton of runs the domestic level. Chris Gale played until he was 40, just about 40. Chanda Paul played about 42 as well. So if you're having runs, if you're scoring runs, that's your role, why not?
And I think in West Indies cricket, the selection policy has been a little bit unorthodox as well because it's not the straight thinking. You have to perform very, very well to get in the side only. We've seen players who've got into the team and a lot of question marks from everyone around the Caribbean. Well, how did he get in the squad? You know, you don't want to call names, but that's the truth. But if you're going to go the orthodox way, a player has to perform to get into the side. And therefore, you do not want a situation where a player's in the side, he's playing all three formats, but in essence, he's a little bit overrated. You don't want that. What you need is good balance. I'm not going to rush a player into international cricket, and they're not quite there as yet, especially in all three formats. We're seeing a little bit of that right now.
Additionally, Matthew, someone can score lots and lots of runs, let's say in the opening position for their franchise. But there's not an opening in the West Indies side for an opener. Likewise, a bowler may get lots of wickets, as seamer, right-arm seamer, but there's no opening in the West Indies side. So that's another situation you have to look at. But then you look at how did that wicketkeeper get into the side? Because there was an opening for a wicketkeeper. Just saying. So, selection, the job of a selector, is not the most rewarding job, so to speak. Always criticisms. You cannot please everyone.
You would have preferred to be selected in the 70s and 80s, I guess, where it was more straightforward. You couldn't get a player out of the West Indies side just like that, simply because they were performing. I've got to check on how many openers, Dorval Green not making Imlach play for a couple of deliveries, how many openers we've changed in West Indies cricket, Test cricket, since the Grenadians combination. It'll be a lot. It will be a lot. And then you also had makeshift openers. You had Carl Hooper who would have opened in England at one time. I remember that, listening to that, watching that as well. Because it's been a sore point in our cricket. Quick single taken, nicely played by Imlach. Probably thought he had two there. That's the end of the over. 60 gone, 171 for 4. But it has to be a lot of players that they would have tried in that opening position.
Windy morning here at Providence, as you can see the flags on the poles. I'm still maintaining that first flag should have been the Harpy Eagles flag, and the last flag should have been the Jamaica Scorpions flag. Maybe they don't have the franchise flags available, so they're flying the national flags. But isn't that a beautiful golden arrowhead? Look at that. Wow.
They say one of the best flags in the world.
Look at the gold, green, and black as well of Jamaica, fluttering very proudly.
If you're in the Eagles camp, would you be thinking 425, 400, 425 set the Scorpions, that target?
$335 now as Abhijay Mansingh comes into the attack. 335 to get to 450. Need at least another session of batting. At the rate Imlach and Chandapur are going, we'll perhaps get there at stumps. But I'm just saying, you need time as well to bowl the opposition a second time. So the Guyana Harp Eagles got the Scorpions out for 115 very cheaply in the first innings, just a 30-something overs. May not happen again. May very well happen again. But you have to think that the Scorpions will put up a better batting performance.
Abhijay Mansingh, the leg spinner, comes into the attack now. And the way the field is set, John, obviously Blackwood will be looking to keep the runs down and make the Harpy Eagles think differently. Their batters out there, and Leon Johnson is the captain who's already been dismissed. But bat to lunch. Imlach can get 100, of course. He's 82. That's a hallmark for him. But what's the pace you want to bat at this stage to lunch?
I remember last year when Chanapur got a magnificent 100. It was Hemraj who got 70 odd. Imlach got a half century as well. And then Vishal Singh came and blasted 100 in no time, 85 balls or thereabout. And then they were actually pushing for a declaration, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And then, because it was a very flat track, Jamaica Scorpions went in, 98 runs, 98 from John Campbell. Lug got 70 yard as well, good opening partnership. And eventually the game ended in a draw. But you need time to bowl at the opposition a second time. Time ran out on the Guyana Harpy Eagles in that game. So if the Scorpions should put on a batting performance like they did last year at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, you can find the game ending in a draw as well. Shot. Full delivery from Mansingh, and there's Chanapur lifting him over his head. Safest shot in the cricket book. And that's his first boundary of day number 3. He moves up to 67. Overall, his 10th boundary.
In almost an hour, 7 runs for Tej Chandrapal. So he's battled his way through this morning. It's about 3 minutes to 11. He's now gone to 67 overnight, 60. So it shows that they've kept him down. They've kept the reins on him, but he's just loosened up and got a boundary. So 67 from 199. Imlach, on the other hand, has been very aggressive. But you talk about the game last year and so on. Yes, so much can happen, but it's all about the calculations and the science of the game, because good shot slapped through the covers by Tej Chandrapal again for 1.
You see Merchant coming into your picture there. He's on the field for Nkrumah Bonner. So whether Bonner is going to be fit enough to bat in the second innings, that's another issue. As he overcomes Tunin, 178 for 4, the lead, 341.
Because if someone like Blackwood can get going, and you know he's very pugnacious, he scores his runs very quickly, and he strikes form in Jamaica's second innings, that's where it gets a bit tricky in terms of the time left and the runs you want to set Jamaica. Because if he gets support from a Paul Palmer, and let's say the top order bat a little better, it can be an interesting game too. But then if we could stumble early, you know that you're into the Jamaica batting, and if you get Blackwood out early, well, you know their chances are slim in terms of maybe settling for a draw. But 400 plus obviously wouldn't be a bad target for the Harpy Eagles to set them. 341 now. You've got what, an hour to lunch?
Quite importantly as well, there's no Bramble. Bramble is someone who would come in the low order and score very quickly. Kevin Sinclair is there, Gulikesh Moti Pamal. They may have to, if the plan is to go for quick runs, they may have to come and do that. But Bramble, that was his natural game. He's out due to injury. And that's where you miss him. We're heading towards the end of the first hour on day number 3. Still in the opening session. No wickets yet for Jamaica Scorpions in this first session.
But tensions high in the Jamaican camp, because you look at Dorval Green, their reaction to when they felt maybe they were looking for decisions in their favor. Nicholson Gordon The umpires from both ends, of course, said not out. Then you had that chance to Blackwood. That would have been the best opportunity they had to have picked up a wicket. You had a ball that went between the keeper and slip from the south end here. Kept a bit low, but no one went for it. So they've had a couple of moments so far in the first hour, and it hasn't gone their way. So a little bit of frustration has stepped into their camp. And when the frustration comes via the fast bowlers, you can see a lot of stuff going on out there. And the umpires have come in for a few words, I suppose, but two experienced guys out there, experienced enough to be able to temper things and ensure that the game is played in all fairness and with the right attitude. In this over, Chandra Paul has picked up some runs. One delivery left to complete over number 62. Inajit Prasad is standing by. That partnership 146, building strongly. We should be ready for a water break. Why not? The sun has poured down on day 3. Yesterday a little bit cooler, but today, certainly the sun has poured down in all its glory. That's the end of the over. 179 for the loss of 4. Drinks. We'll take a break. And you can take a break as well. We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Trust that you had a good drinks break and you're refreshed and ready for some more action. Session number 1 on day number 3. Guyana Harp Eagles starting this morning on 138 for 4. They've added 41 runs since then. No wickets, of course, going down. Imlach on 50 overnight. He's now on to 69. He's actually on to 82. And Chanapo started on 60 overnight. He's on to 69 now. The lead at the start of the day was 301. It's now 342. And the partnership now on to 146. So it's all happening for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Scorpions desperately looking for that breakthrough. Had one chance, a half a chance. First run after the drinks break. Chanapon now goes into the 70s. There we see the substitute fielder again on the field. Jamie Merchant, Bonner, and Kuma Bonner is off the field as we welcome back Inderjeet. And whether he's going to be able to bat, not sure what the situation is with him. We'll find out at lunch maybe. That can also be a factor that both sides will be looking at as we get deeper into this match. Mansingh now into his 11th over, none for 26 for the leggy. So welcome back, Inderjeet.
Thank you very much, John. Hello to listeners, and that should be of some concern. We just hope for Jamaica's sake, maybe a call of nature, and we're hoping no injury to him because Jamaica needs him. He has not been having a good tournament. Started against the Windward Islands, failed in both innings, failed in the first innings here as well. He's one of their senior players out in the middle, along with Blackwood. They will need these two guys to come good for them.
Singles coming very easily now for the Harp Eagles. You mentioned the Windward Islands. The Volcanoes are actually doing very well. Centuries from Ateneo as the captain overnight. And this morning, Kavim Hodge joining him with triple figures as well. So the Windward Islands doing very well. And the last game they won right here at Providence is the first victory for them in 2 seasons. They went last season without winning a game.
So that's a lot of improvements by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It simply means something good is going on in that part of the Caribbean, the Windward Islands. You know, and whatever they are doing there, keep doing it, improve it. And we're seeing some youngsters coming through. Their batting has improved tremendously by leaps and bounds. That's Ateneo's 2nd century so far this season. 182 for the loss of 4.
And do remember, Cricket West Indies annual general meeting is on this weekend. And Dr. Kishore Shallow, president of the Windward Islands Cricket Association, is running unopposed for the top position of Cricket West Indies. So something is happening in the Windward Islands for sure. You know, Dwayne Gill in charge of Grenada Cricket Association. There is Glenn Joseph for Dominica. And in St. Lucia, there's Julian Charles. So the Windward Islands collectively doing very well. Lots of young players coming through. Change of bowling, Derval Green out of the attack. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10 this morning. O.J. Shields, who bowled 2 overs yesterday, none for 13. Replacing him at the northern end here at Providence.
Well, Blackwood did take a long time before he decided to reintroduce Shields. Yesterday, just that 2 overs for 13 runs. He was on the expensive side, but just 2 overs. I thought he would have given him a little bit more chance to showcase his talent. Of course, he's one of the faster men in the side and did not bowl bad at all in the first innings. Might be hitting the pitch a little bit harder, bowling these back of length deliveries on this pitch. Those deliveries can be, you know, very, very useful.
This time pitching, but just wide of the mark. And Chandapal helping himself to 2 more. And the partnership now on to 151 in the Jeet.
Congratulations to both these guys, Tej Narayan Chandarpal and Tevin Imlach. Well put together, came in difficult circumstances. 37 they came in, 4 wickets a tumble, and since then, these 2 boys are still batting out in the middle. And in the process, almost at this point, batting Jamaica out of the match. And this is what you want to see. The youngsters, the ones that will take over in the future, especially Tevin Imlach. Chandapal has been there for a while. Good to see Imlach coming through with the likes of Leon Johnson, pulling curtains on his career. These are good signs in the batting department for the Harpy Eagles.
Well pulled. Perhaps the delivery of the morning. Coming from Shields.
And those are the kind of deliveries you'll get at the international level. You won't be getting half volleys and balls right up. Look at this. Back of a length, beautifully bowled, the angle causing it to move further towards the force slip. The keeper take it. This is the kind of delivery you want to see them bowl more often. If there's any criticism of the Jamaican fast bowling, it has to be they tend to bowl too full length. And because of that, you release the pressure. Look at this delivery again. You're not giving them a chance to get on the front foot and drive and picking up singles at will. In that, well, some people call it what? The corridor of uncertainty. Some call it the canal of trouble. Whatever it is, that's where you need to get it more often than not. Nothing wrong in looking for the Yorker, but you can't get it too full to present half volleys.
Shields' first over is completed. None for 15 from him. Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 184, as you can see on that manual scoreboard, for loss of 4. Look beyond the manual scoreboard. How is this going up? When the stadium was opened in 2006 in the JIT before the 2007 World Cup. Behind there, lots of vegetation. Cane fields. Look at it today.
Absolutely so, John. And yesterday, Clydie actually took me on a trip on what they call the back road here. My first trip there, he was showing me the different direction where I can cut out that traffic on the East Bank. And I was stunned pleasantly, though, with the number of buildings going up. Fancy engineering.
Mansingh starts a new over.
Beautiful mansions and business places. Road beautifully laid out. That's hallmark of development. Super place.
Were you at any time thinking that you were in another country?
Yes, I did.
Not a sweep shot, but protection at the backward square. So just a single for Imlach.
Yes, I look at the development of the roundabout and the street lighting facilities here, lining it beautifully. And there were also lots of vehicles there, but, they were traversing in a nice way. No problem whatsoever. That's massive development. God bless Guyana.
I bet you'll be using that more often than the regular East Bank corridor from now on.
Surely I will.
Yes, this area has been transformed since the National Stadium got here. You saw those hotels going up nearby. There's also some more hotels to the south of the National Stadium. Down the track, there goes Chandapal hitting Mansingh once again over his head. Second time he has done so and getting another boundary.
And getting the opportunity, this one was a tossed up. He came down the track, calculated shot, got the connection. Look at that, got under it beautifully. over the top of long on and getting the boundary. Good looking shot by Tejan Chandapal. And John, what's the name of that area at the back there, at the back of the stadium?
So there's Providence, where we're in right now. Then there is Farm. Then there's Little Diamond, and so on and so forth. So right behind here, behind the National Stadium, yeah, there's Farm. So lots of new houses there because a new housing development started. And then beyond that, some more.
Yes, and I stand corrected, but I think that Dwayne Bravo has a piece of land and a house there too.
I'm not sure, but there's a Windsor estate a bit further down as well as the over comes to an end. 189 for the loss of 4.
Yes, 189 for the loss of 4. And while Botsy was leading me with his vehicle in front, he was also telling me he has his eye set on a piece of land in that direction.
It's like somebody got a piece of land to give me, or are you going to live in Windsor Estate like John Ram Singh?
It's a beautiful place down there,
Of
Clyde.
course, it is nice. Driving around the back, it is nice as well, and it's easier. There's hardly any traffic that would affect you going down that way. Come out. Sometimes I'm a little skeptical about the roundabout because not everybody understands the use of a roundabout these days. So you've got to be very skeptical at that roundabout junction south and that area there. But it's all right.
Yeah, and if only our drivers can listen here, it's very, very important you abide by the rules and regulations. I think there's a speed limit in which you should enter the roundabout too.
I think the thing about the roundabout is that a lot of people don't understand that you give way to your right. You give way to your right. Sometimes you drive and you see vehicles ending up stopping because somebody is coming and block the road. You have to give way to your right, and I think the signs have to be clear as well, and there has to be some sort of educational program to educate people about using roundabouts, because we're going to see more and more of them.
So O.J. Shields continue hitting the deck a little bit hard and the ball coming off nicely. So good bounce for him too. We witnessed in the previous over when he got one to move away from the left-hander. That was a beauty. Maybe the ball of the day so far by O.J. Shields.
What he's doing, he's bowling from over the wicket, so he's bowling a little different. He's slanting the ball across the left-hander, whilst most of the other bowlers were bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, trying to angle it in.
Imlach gets a single here. This is his highest score in first-class cricket, Evan Imlach. His previous was 79.
Well, congratulations to him, and one only hopes that he could turn this into 100 as well.
Yes, just 15 more to get there. Has done all the hard work. Look, and
he is a hard-working
yes.
young man. He trains. He's always at cricket somewhere, always looking for a game somewhere to play. So that's what you do. When you put out the hard work, you're going to get the results.
And when you play for West Indies A, that in itself tells a story that the selectors are thinking highly of you, and that's an opportunity to transit from A team into Test cricket or international cricket for the West Indies. And here is where Imlach has gotten his mind set. Played for the West Indies A team, good performance last year in the regional championship. He would not want to miss out at all from those 3 matches coming up after this tournament concludes. Short, and this is tugged around, and that's going to go close down towards the long leg boundary. Gets another run there, Chandapal.
Yeah, and Chandra Paul just looking a little bit more positive than when I was last on. I think when I was last on, he was really just looking to survive. Now he's starting to score a little bit more. Looking to work this one off the pads. Doesn't get it as he would have liked. Going straight to the man at mid-wicket. I think he was looking to play that a little squarer. Probably out to square leg. Straight to the man at mid-on.
And look at that lead, Clyde. It's now 354. That's a very, very good total. Still 6 wickets standing here.
Very healthy position to be in.
Yes.
Very, very healthy position. I'm sure the Eagles would be thinking that they go to lunch and maybe bat for half an hour or so after lunch.
And when you look at the intricacies of the points that are awarded for victory, batting bonus points, bowling bonus points, fast bowlers points, and with the Windward Islands doing pretty well against the Leewards there too. Interesting match there. It makes it very, very important. Johnson will be thinking through, I need a victory here.
Definitely so. You don't want a game like this to be drawn. You're in front, you want to stay in front.
And good to see Mansingh here drawing the left-handed pitch, right-hander Paul coming forward and reaching the delivery. Not afraid Tage. We saw him previously 2 times coming down the track and getting boundaries. Your thoughts, Clydie, on the leg spinner cutting between the umpire and the stumps?
Nothing is wrong with that. He's using that angle to ensure he gets into a good position. I'm a little disappointed that he hasn't really spun the ball a little bit more. He's got good control. Gets the ball in good areas more times than not. But you would love to see somebody like this get the ball to turn a little bit more. And I think he's trying. He's really trying. What I like about him, we see him over the past couple of days looking to bowl us a little bit slower, encouraging the batsman to look to drive him through the offside. That's a good sign. And maybe when he's got a little bit more confident, a little bit more experience, we'll see that. We reach slow it down a little bit more. Get the batsman to look to use their feet, and maybe we'll see that spin option improving as well.
Off the back foot, and will surely get a single here, just freeing up himself a little. How can he exhort more spin on the ball, Clyde? I mean, you yourself, one of the best off spinners in the region when you played the game. Maybe after this over, we shall discuss that. Six to 7 overs gone. It's 192 for the loss of 4.
Look, I don't think he gives the ball enough revs. That's one. And maybe if you're struggling to really give the ball enough revs to get it to really spin and bite. And that comes from having strong wrists, strong fingers, and the shoulder looks to be strong. So strong wrists, strong fingers, and try and rip it as much as you can to get it to turn. If that doesn't happen, it doesn't mean that you're out. Because there has been, and you look at Anil Kumble, for example, not a really big spinner, but the consistency that he had probably go a little flatter, a little quicker. Our own Mahendranath wasn't, I wouldn't say he was the biggest spinner of the ball, but he was consistent with what he was doing and kept things fairly tight. So Mansingh is in a position now where he has to decide what he wants to be. If he wants to be one of those leg spinners, they're going to be consistent with the length, the lines, and bowl wicket to wicket. Or if you think he can start flighting the ball and get a little bit more turn and bounce out of the pitches.
And here is where the coaches come in. You know, they have been looking at their players playing there, what kind of advice they're going to lend to the players who need them. And I guess there are so many people that are skilled whether they reach out or you reach out as a player. Those decisions have to be made earlier than later. Some guys, when they bowl their spins, whether off spin or leg spin, you can hear that grunt as they delivered. Shane Warne was one of them. Shane was very, very strong in his arm from that wrist right onto the elbow. That part of him was very strong and rings the shoulder too. And you made a good comparison with the like of Anil Kumble, different kinds of bowler, Mahendra Nagamutu as well. At some time though, that consistency for young Mansingh will have to come into play, or get some raw spin, develop the strong fingers. And you have to prepare to get some blisters there too, Clydie, on the fingers. You got many of them in your time?
Just depends. Yes, I've had a few. I think after a decent season, your finger gets really rough, and it sometimes can be like a little bit of a knife as well. So you can easily rub it against somebody's cheeks or something and can show a mark. But it really used to get rough. And I never really bled. I think Lance Gibbs used to bleed a lot. Roger Harper used to bleed as well. But it certainly used to get sore. And it used to be very hard. And knot on the middle finger used to get very, very hard.
And I guess those are evidence as to the quality of the bowler and how much energy they exert and strengthen that ball because of what they want to get out of it. Nicely played by Tage, getting a single.
If you're going to bowl short on this pitch, you have to really bang it in short and hope that the batsman makes a mistake. Because if you're going to bowl short, you want it to bounce high so that he looks to fetch it down. And you have to put a lot of effort in this pitch to get that.
Yes, and Shields has been trying, and you saw that previous delivery. Took a while to get up from the pitch and give Chandapal the time in the world to roll it nicely for a single. Imlach well set on his 80. Final delivery coming up in over number 68. Partnership so far, 160 between these two. Loud shout for leg before. Shields gone up, the keeper gone up. Your thoughts on that, Clydie? 68 gone, 193 for 4, and then you'll be joined by Matthew.
They went up. I don't think they were confident in the appeal, though. I think it may have been that it was slightly short of a length. It was coming back into the right-hander as well, as we see, yes. It came back a little, but it also bounced a little and probably hit him just over the knee roll and was still going up. Well bowled, good delivery, but just, I think, would have gone over the leg stump. Good day to you, Matthew. Cricket has been gripping, hasn't it?
Very nice indeed. Good day, Clyde. Good day to everyone again. So far, the first 2 days, excellent conditions, and now day 3, brilliant sunshine from the word go.
Chandapal looking to use his feet against the leg spin as much as possible, trying to make them push back the mid-off to long off and the mid-on to long on. But Blackwood has not been forced to do that, keeping the men in, forcing Chandapal to look to go over the top, and he is going over the top this time.
And picks up a boundary. Second shot he's played like that, down the track. Third shot, I beg your pardon. But what I've noticed in the partnership, Clyde, when they started this morning, it was Imlach who started with, very positive, whilst Chandrapal was battling to get some runs. Because he started 60 overnight, and just before the first hour of play was completed, he had only added 7 runs.
I think he's starting to flow again. He's looked to take on the leg spinner. Hit him a couple of times over the top. And I think Blackwood now deciding that he's going to push that long on back. So what he has done, he has forced the captain to push the long on back, and maybe now he could push those balls up there for singles. But having said that, he's now put a man at straightish mid, at the straightish mid on right next to the bowler. So that could be a little deterrent as well. And I think he looked to play probably just over the off stump, outside off stump, looked to play down to backward point because he's moved that man from that position.
And whilst Chandra Paul has picked up his scoring rate, Tevin Imlach has slowed down a little bit. He's on 85 from 143. But nothing's wrong with that. Good balance batting out there. Both have got sights set on hundreds. They'll get the single pushed down the ground. Both batters on 85 now, apiece. But look at the ball's face. Chandra Paul, 235, Imlach, 143.
You've got to remember that Chandrapal opened the batting as well and had to bat through a very difficult period where wickets were stumbling around him.
That lead continues to build, 361. And the partnership, the best in the match so far, 165. Excellent indeed. Using his feet is Imlach. Straight to mid-on. So that last wicket going at what? 33? With the score 33 in the 11th over. We're about to complete over number 69. Single to end the over. At the end of 69 overs, the Eagles in their second innings, 199 for 4.
And both batsmen looking to use their feet against the leg spinner and being successful as well. Especially young Chandrapal, who's come down and hit him a few times over the top. But I think that's what you need. You need to use your feet. He's not a big spinner of the ball, and he's not going to spin the ball big. Then use your feet. It's hardly like that's going to turn you and beat your bat. So, good work by both batters out in the middle.
Local press photographer just now. We just saw him on the edge of the boundary, in the action, looking for the best shot to put in the newspapers. Yes. You will see Sean a lot around as well, Sean Devers. But these guys get some nice shots indeed to give their story interest. Shields continuing. So leg by, the 200 coming up in the 70th over. First ball of the 70th over. 200 for 4. You stretch that lead to 363. Good effort by two young players who are looking to continue impressing and impressing the selectors as well, because they've got to perform consistently well. Outside the leg stump, turned around the corner. Not getting the line right, O.J. Shields. In this match, Clyde, 20 wickets have gone to medium fast bowling and 4 to spinners. 3 to Pamal, 1 to Man Singh.
And the pitch hasn't had any real great help for the fast bowlers. So I think you've got to give them credit. They've done well, really well on this pitch. And one would expect as well that with the new ball, yes, you would get some help, you would get some assistance, and I think that's what we've seen in this game. The new ball has paid dividends.
Your line and lengths have got to be good. As a fast bowler bowling at Providence, your line and your lengths have got to be very good. Force the batsman to play. Have him in two minds. When you go down that channel of uncertainty, as you would say, that canal of uncertainty, you've got the batsman in two minds, and that's important. When you're battling through against batters who want to perform well, and especially on a pitch at Providence. But you're right, Clyde. The bowlers had to work very hard for their wickets, and they bowled very well. Good channels, and they were rewarded. 20 wickets to the fast bowlers, not bad at all. I think many around the Caribbean would smile and say, wow, not bad at all at Providence for the fast bowlers to pick up 20 wickets in this match. The over comes to an end, 70 gone, 201 for 4.
Both batsmen out in the middle now will be thinking, they're both on 86. I'm thinking that 100 is there for the taking. It's up to them. But lunch as well is just around the corner. And they'll be thinking about that. Maybe thinking about batting to lunch. Not really get flustered on whether to look to score as quickly, still rotate the strike. I know some players would be thinking, why I want to go into lunch on 100 rather than to go into lunch and then have to come out back and start over. But with some 22 minutes still to go for lunch, maybe 5-6 overs, we just have to wait and see.
Rotate the strike, very important. Well, I'm going to agree with you what you said earlier. Bat to lunch first. Fair enough. That's going to happen. It's what happens after lunch. That will be very, very important. What decisions will be made after lunch. Not a single taken. So if you're going to bat after lunch, how long you'll bat for? Number two, if both batters go to lunch and they haven't scored hundreds as yet, they're hundreds, well, what do?
Well, you give them a certain amount of time to get to their 100. If not, well, team is more important than individual score.
Johnson being a team man and a team captain obviously would say to them, well, guys, you've got your job to do. Just do your job. You've got that golden opportunity. That's the kind of person Leon Johnson is. So Imlach has had his moments early on this morning. Edge one between the keeper and slip. And then steered one, you would want to say, into the hands of Blackwood, who put it down. But since then, he's been good, better. Played a bit more better. 71 overs have been completed, 204 for 4.
Both players, as you can see, just looking to rotate. Nobody's looking to play any more big shots. Chandrapur went over the top a few times in the past couple of overs, but since the field was pushed back, he's just content to just knock it around, pick up singles, and not really looking to fight the bowlers, just looking to rotate. And like I said, maybe when they go to lunch, the captain is going to say, well, we got half an hour to bat, we got 8 overs to bat. After those 8 overs, there will be a declaration. So look to push things on a little bit for me.
More or less, he's found himself back in some form. He's had a spate of low scores, especially overseas, the international series, and back home now to play for his country, and didn't get anything in the first innings, but he's got 88 now. So he's buckled down nicely. Up on his toes, guides it away down to third man. But he knows what he has to do. He knows his talent, his capabilities. He knows what is expected of him. And he's come out in the second innings, and he has so far done a good job.
Blackwood has just decided he's going to attack a little bit more too. Imlach, he's brought the second slip into play. And immediately there was an outside edge. And down to third man. Gets an easy single. These are the moments sometimes when you're on the field, you need your captain, your wicketkeeper to be alive there, the live wire they're supposed to be. Just looking at the wicketkeeper, I haven't seen that sort of thing from him. I haven't seen him cheering and encouraging the players. He's the one that sees everything that is going around. Captain is there, he's cheering, he's trying to cheer them up.
From a mental and psychological standpoint, sometimes isn't that a weak aspect of our cricket?
It is, and I don't know if you can say it's a thing that's a natural thing. When things are not happening, you get quiet. But I think that's the time when you need to really pick your game up. When things are quiet, things are not happening for you. The bowlers need that more support at that time than anything else. Just like that, good feel, that's the kind of support you need, but you also need some noise on the field to say, come on, let's keep working, guys. Let's keep going. Let's think 1 wicket gonna bring 2. You know, those are the little things that helps in the field.
They're all thinking about lunch.
Right, you need to get a wicket before lunch, so that is why you need to encourage.
That's the lunch they need first. And you don't wait for things to happen. You make things happen.
You're saying they're hungry out in the field, hungry for food? They should be hungry for cricket as well.
Well, they should be hungry for wickets, first of all, the bowling department. That's the end of the over, 206 for 4. John Ramsinger stepped in for the last lap to lunch. Yes, he's looking forward to a good lunch as well. We've had 2 days of good lunch and good tea as well. Welcome back, John. Playing the waiting game. Jamaica Scorpions, they haven't picked up anything today. On the other hand, both Imlach and Chandrapal have piled on the runs, and they've both looked very good. Couple of close shades for Imlach early on, but since then he has played very well. Good day, John. We're heading up to lunch now.
Good day once again, Matthew. Hello to everyone here in Guyana, across in Jamaica, and wider afield. Mansing just ambling in, not trying too much. I mean, the pitch already not giving assistance. But when that is happening as a spinner, you tend to use a little bit of pace as a variety. Some, in this case, maybe the googly, the slider, vary the lengths.
You look at him, you look at Devendra Bishu. Bishu was an attacking leg spinner. Mansing a little bit, not very attacking, not turning the ball too much. He's trying to get it in the right zone, but not getting the turn it or the purchase that he wants.
And then a right-hand, left-hand combination, making it very difficult for him to really be consistently on one line and length.
Have you seen him bowl a googly?
Not in this spell, but I've seen it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he was not afraid to bowl it at all yesterday, but today maybe working with a different plan. Just trying to contain, just trying to build pressure. I tell you what, as a spinner, you need to try many things. Even a long hop, even a full toss. It's just about sometimes trying to get a wicket, buying a wicket. If your stock deliveries are not working, do something out of the ordinary. You can surprise the batter and you can get a wicket. Just a single in the over. And that partnership match you 174, standing tall.
Very tall indeed. Good exhibition of batting from two youngsters, one left-handed, one right-handed, that, as we said earlier, wants to impress. Chandrapal is already in the test lineup as West Indies' new opener alongside Craig Brathwaite. Tevin Imlach wants to impress and make a name for himself as well, see if he can get to a stage where he will be considered. He's in West Indies A-team setup years, but you want to get into that senior team at some stage. It's a lot of hard work. Jermaine Blackwood would have a bowl, the captain. And he's going to bowl medium. Sterling Clyde earlier, 20 wickets taken by the seamers, 4 by the spinners. Many around the Caribbean will be saying to themselves, well, there's something different about Providence.
And that is what I said since last week when the Volcanoes were in town against the Scorpions. Both sides had 3 spinners in their attack, and they were pretty much toothless. Blackwood started with off spin in the match, ended up bowling medium pace, got a wicket, and I don't think he's going to go back to his off spin. But that's good from the Jamaica Scorpions captain, showed that he is multi-talented. Good batter, capable off spinner, and a dependable medium-fast bowler. The keeper standing back.
And of course, he was a part of the Amazon Warriors CPL side. What he played? 2 matches? Was it? 2 or 1? See, he's got the talent. Good orthodox cricketer, Blackwood is. But in the batting department, John, you'll have to say that both Nandu and Savory in particular would be very disappointed not to get runs in this game. On the other hand, look at how Chandrapal and Imlach have fought their way into form in the second innings. Of course, Imlach got 4-6 in the first innings, so he's had a good game. 136 on this belt so far in the match. And sometimes when you're a little bit out of sorts, you've got to fight your way back into some form. That's what Chandrapal needed, and Imlach. The lead is 371. They've done the job. 175, that partnership. Big partnership, you call that, between 2 youngsters. But wraps him on the par, that's gone. John Ramsing gave that decision even before Nigel Duguid did. And that's the end of Tej Chandrapal. Will be disappointed not to get to that 100. But we talked about Blackwood's ability, a little bit of seam bowling from him. He picked up Beaton's wicket in the first innings. Now he's picked up the prize scalp of a young man who was looking for 100. Maybe a little bit tentative, wanting to get to lunch, but gone for 89 from 248 balls. That's the end of Tej Chandrapal. Good wicket for the captain, and it's now 208 for the loss of 5.
175-run partnership coming to an end. And there we see again Jermaine Blackwood not trying to be too experimental, if you want to call it that, just trying to land in good areas. And there we see him beating the bat of Tej Chandrapal, his teammate, his test teammate. And Chandrapal, at a tentative push, missed it. And umpire Duguid, who had the best seat in the house, says that's out. So a nice little hand indeed. Very good innings from him after coming back from the test series. 89, batting a long time. 12 fours in that innings. But that partnership of 175, I think, is really vital in this innings. You can tell that after the first hour of play, the intent was to try to get a scoring on. Both of the batters, Imlach and Chandrapal, were trying to score a little bit quickly. And now they were playing for lunch, and Chandrapal missed that full ball from Blackwood on his judge leg before. But Imlach is still there, and Sinclair now joining him. They want to go to lunch and then continue after that. But Blackwood now with his tail up, looking for more success.
So Johnson will be thinking now, well, Imlach, you've got your chance. You're on 90. And if you don't get 100, well, I'll have to make some decisions here quickly. 371 the lead. Good strike by Blackwood. 1 delivery left to complete over number 74. That's on the middle stump. Nicely played by Kevin Sinclair. The over comes to an end. 208 for 5. Successful over there for the captain. Never underestimate his ability.
There we see it again. Chandrapal missing that one. Yeah, bowling around the wicket tends to give you that angle as well, bowling into the left-hander, the right-arm seamer. And that ball, not with a lot of pace, not a lot of inward movement as well. So it could have gone on to hit the leg stump of Chandrapal. Mansingh starts a new over. Depends how fast Mansing get through this over. May have one more before lunch. They launch an interval. But this may very well be the final one before lunch.
We're looking at that lead, 3-7-1. Needs to get up to about 400 at least. I make it.
Beaten there. And the keeper not taking it as well. And we can see another chance going down. Could have been stumped. Just playing all over that one, the straight ball from Mansing. Missed it. And then the wicketkeeper as well, beaten. There you see Imlach searching for his crease.
A little bounce there, and that went on straight. This time that he's bowling good here. This over's been a good over by Mansing.
A little bit of turn in the last ball, a little bit of bounce as well. Look what the wicket is doing for Jamaica Scorpions. Seems to be having it their way now, heading to lunch.
And the man facing nervous moments to him, he's in the 90s, is Imlach. So 2 good deliveries to him so far. On middle and leg, so he's been dead on target. That was a genuine leg break, but it didn't turn much. So Imlach will have to say to himself, if it's just 2 deliveries left to complete this session, I want to be there at the end. I'm in my 90s, 163 balls. Abhijay Singh on the other hand would be saying to myself, I can pick up a wicket just on the stroke of lunch. Nicely played. Don't give it away.
When you were saying you're in the 90s, and you're speaking in the first person as if you were there, I looked at you and I said, I can tell.
Nice one.
That's a short ball. There he is going through the onside. We'll get a boundary. That was a long hop. Did not get up at all from Mansing. But Imlach quickly into position and got it into the mid-wicket fence for 4.
That's the end of the over. 212 for 5. And looks like we'll have one more over before the lunch interval. But pressure eased from Imlach. That was a good over bowl to him. And he picked up that boundary from that long hop that didn't get up at all. He'll be a little bit more relieved to get a boundary to take his total to 94.
And I'm sure Jamaica Scorpions wouldn't mind another over before lunch, bowling to the Harp Eagles. New batter with Sinclair on strike. Everyone starts at 0. Sinclair, obviously human, will have a little bit of nervous energy now. Start his innings, bat to lunch. When umpire Duguid got to the top of the stumps there, it was still a minute to 12. So that's why we see the extra over, despite now you may see your clock saying 12 o'clock in Eastern Caribbean or 11 in Jamaica. Some curry goat maybe be served up today in Jamaica.
I had a bit of that, yes, when I was there. I had the managed water, ram goat, liver, whatever you call it. We went for a drive, the umpires. It was a convention then, and we went driving through the country areas and the parishes, and we went to a nice little ground there. And man, it was fun.
So you see the ram goat liver, good to make managed water.
Yes. Huh. You know that song very well.
I know the food very well. Open the face of the bat. Imlach gets another boundary, heading towards lunch now. He's on to 98.
Yes, 2 boundaries to move him from 90 to 98. He'd be very glad for that. Just 2 runs away from another 100.
Not a lot of room outside the off stump, but he just opened the face of the bat at the last moment and got it past slip, but it's now a fielder. Very short third man area because it's too deep for a slip in Paul Palmer. Or he call it a very deep slip.
Let's watch Blackwood. That lead is 380.
Blackwood looking to put pressure on the young man who's in unfamiliar territories. He's never scored a first-class 100, Tevin Imlach.
This is the moment, the golden opportunity. Right on target, Blackwood. Not giving him anything here on this occasion. We're heading up towards lunch on day 3. Remember, overnight score 138 for 4. Chandra Paul 16, Imlach 15, not out. Yesterday's play produced 15 wickets for 263 runs. And the lead overnight was 301. So they've taken it up now to 380. So they've added 79 in this session for just the loss of 1 wicket. A 100 to Tevin Imlach. Before lunch on day 3, they come back for the second. Let's watch his body language. He raises his head to the heavens. He drops his bat and must be saying to himself, first in a word of prayer, thank you, Creator, I've got 100. Takes the helmet off, raises his bat to his teammates. Kevin Sinclair comes down, gives him a hug. Well played 100 to the young man. He deserved it. Started a little shaky this morning, edging between the keeper and slip. Then Blackwood put him down. But you know what? 100 at regional first-class cricket is always a good 100 to get. Well done to the young man.
Congratulations, Stephen Adrian Imlach. Well played, well deserved. Scratchy this season, just 1 score before coming home to Guyana in double figures. And now getting 46 in the first innings and putting the icing on the cake with 100 before lunch here on day number 3. 101 to him. Lots of boundaries in his innings as well. 12 of them. 169 deliveries. So that's lunch on day number 3. Guyana Harp Eagles started this morning on 138 for 4 with Chandra Paul on 60 and Imlach on 50. As you can see, Imlach going on to his maiden first-class 100, now 101 at lunch. And Chandra Paul dismissed 2 overs ago for 89, leg before the German Blackwood, the only victim this morning for the Jamaica Scorpions. The lead this morning, 301, pushed to 383. It means that 82 runs scored in the morning session for 1 wicket. So it presents an opportunity for the afternoon session for more excitement here at Providence between the Guyana Harp Eagles and the Jamaica Scorpions. We'll take a break for lunch. We invite you to join us in about 35 minutes, and we continue coverage right here from the National Stadium in Guyana. Until then, bye-bye. trust that you had a good lunch and you're refreshed and ready as well. Ready for session number 2 on day number 3. Guyana Harp Eagles against Jamaica Scorpions at Providence. At lunch, the Guyana Harp Eagles enjoying an overall lead of 383 runs. Tomorrow is the final day. They started 138 for 4. Chandapur was on 60, Tevin Imlach on 50. Chandapur got to 89 before he was adjudged leg before to Jermaine Blackwood, breaking a 175-run stand with Tevin Imlach, who went on to his maiden first-class 100 just a few deliveries before lunch. At lunch, Sinclair was with him on 1. Harp Eagles in their second innings, 220 for 5. 82 runs scored in the first session from 28 overs with 1 wicket going down. And I'm joined by Inderjeet Prasad. Inderjeet, it's the second time that Tevin Imlach is playing against the Jamaica Scorpions. Last year he got 79. And today, gone past that and converting his first half century of this season into a maiden century. Well played to the young man.
Yes, congratulations are in order for the youngster, and he has done well against Jamaica, like you said. He made 46 in the first innings, came back here in the second innings and constructed 101. Came in difficult circumstances. That is why this innings is highly rated. You walk to the wicket, your team in struggle. You are 37 for the loss of 4. And what a fine century from him. He will always remember that push through extra cover that brought him 2 for his maiden first-class 100. And I guess with this kind of attitude and the hard work, there's going to be many more to come.
In his 11th overall first-class match, after that breakout season last year, played 2 games against Bangladesh A for the West Indies A. So we're about to resume after lunch. Mansingh is going to be bowling to the Centurion. Runs already. No signal from umpire Shannon Crawford. That means runs to Imlach right after lunch. 103 now, he moves up. Inderjeet, I noticed just before we got back into the comments chair, Imlach was in the batting nets outside, working along with Garvin Ned, the assistant coach. So while some persons had delicious meal, a nice sumptuous meal for their lunch, Imlach was in the nets.
And that tells a story how much he values his profession. And many times, we speak about the talent of individuals and you question why is it they're not converting that talent into runs. Maybe those are the things that they did not do. And Imlach, he understands how important is his career for him and his family and his country as well. Some people will even tell you, John, they'll sleep with the bat in their bed. Wasim Akram used to sleep with the ball in his bed. How much they fall in love with the equipment that will bring them glory.
And some persons as well, after getting to a landmark, in this case 100 for Imlach, will tend to start to play all sorts of loose shots, tend to want to give it away. But he looks composed as ever. 2 runs at the start of this Mansingh over. The first after lunch, the Harp Eagles on double Nelson, 222 for 5.
Well, John, I think that the skipper, Leon Johnson, based on the game plan, must have had discussion with both of them, Sinclair and Tevin Imlach. I have a gut feeling that they might look to get maybe around that 400, and then we'll see the declaration coming, or maybe 420. They will feel very satisfied with that. That total might very well wipe the Jamaicans off any thinking about a victory here. They, at that stage, will want to play survival mode, and it can work against them. So based on the instructions of the skipper, these two boys might very well send the message, that they have sent out to do out there in the middle. You never know.
23-year-old Kevin Sinclair from Rosehall Town Youth and Sports Club in Berbice. 3-1 international, 60-20 internationals. Has joined Imlach just before lunch. And he's having a good season with the bat as well. 2 half-centuries, including that 77 not out against the Volcanoes in Grenada in round 2. And he batted a long time with runs were beaten to save the game for the Harpy Eagles. Blackwood to continue.
And John, if it wasn't that innings by Sinclair also got support from Beaton against the Windward Islands, who knows? If he had fallen then, maybe the Harpy Eagles would not have been at the top of the table coming into this rounds. That will tell you how valuable was that innings.
Keep going, keep going. No let up, no let up.
So Blackwood has changed his role from a gentle off-spinner on occasion. He has gone medium fast. We see Darren Bravo trying some medium pace as well and was successful.
Right here, I think it was 2018 it was, at Providence against the Windward Islands. We saw Leon Johnson as well, getting into the attack. Good to see these players doing everything. At youth level, everyone is an opening batter, everyone is an opening bowler, everyone is a wicket keeper. We did everything in legit.
Yes, John, you're right about that, and that is what they call youthful exuberance. That age, you do everything. Sometimes you do things without thinking what might be the repercussions. That's how boys behave. Have you ever wished, John, that the boyhood days return?
Yes, sometimes tend to cross the mind. Seeing Aldian Thomas standing up to the wicket now. Previously, he was standing back to Blackwood.
Keep going, keep going.
Blackwood's first over after lunch coming to an end. Harpy Eagles 224 for the loss of 5. You mentioned a declaration maybe with just over 400 runs lead. 387 now. But I think as well, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to do what they did yesterday with the new ball, with Beaton and Niall Smith. So they want them to be as fresh as possible and maybe, just maybe, have 2 bites of the cherry. So they may want to have this declaration just before an interval or maybe just before the end of the day's play. It depends on the situation. Mansingh starts a new over so that they can have an opening burst, get some rest, whether it's going to be for that 20 minutes tea or overnight at Stumps, and then have a go again. Because we see the threat with the new ball in both sides batting. When the Harpy Eagles batted in their first innings, we saw the same thing in their second innings. Then, of course, we saw what Beaton and Niall Smith did when the Scorpions batted. So they want to make sure that they have that thinking process when they decide to bowl, whether they take the declaration just before tea or just before Stumps. Good bit of work from Gordon on the boundary. Fresh legs from Sinclair looking for the additional run.
And all those thoughts by you, John, are possibilities, and it makes a lot of sense too. You do not want to let the Jamaican understand at what time you want to declare. You want the declaration to come as a little bit of a surprise to them as well.
But now that Imlach has gotten to three figures, do you think he's going to open up a little bit, try to score a bit more freer?
Well, yes, that could happen too. Maybe Leon said to them, just play out the first over, look for the second overs. I want some quick runs. At the same time too, he will want to ensure he preserve his wicket, delicately played. That's what you call the little shovel sweep. It's going to stop, not reach the boundary. But realizing nobody is there, and the ball was slanted down the leg side, made good use of it.
The pitch continues to be a good one.
No problem whatsoever with the pitch. It has played well. Once you get in, it's difficult to get you out. And you made a point, John, with the new ball. That has been devastating. We saw how well the Jamaican speedster bowled with the new ball. We saw how well the Guyanese pair of Beaton and Niall Smith bowled with it. So that's going to play at the back of the mind of the Jamaicans.
And in this second innings in the Jeet, now 79 overs completed. That means the second new ball in this innings is 1 over away. So much talk about a new ball. Let's see if the Jamaica Scorpions will take the new ball after this over. It's still lunch in some parts, especially in the green stand.
Yes. And these guys are enjoying it, and why not? Guyana is a land of a variety of food. There's absolutely no shortage here. And you can't come to cricket without walking with your food. Remember the days when the baskets used to come out and you used to share with people in the stands, whether you know them or not. That is what cricket does, bringing people together.
Blackwood to continue. This is the 80th over of the innings.
And John, as captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, Blackwood realized while Mansingh was pretty decent, he wasn't getting the kind of, purchase from the pitch. So he decided to himself, well, it's the fast bowlers that has done the trick, and I'm going to try it too.
Out of the reach of the fielder at that short cover position. Mansingh himself is there and into the boundary for 4. So Sinclair getting a boundary again. We saw him opening up his shoulders previously. The full delivery, and he went through with the shot into the gap, close to Mansingh, but safe shot in the end.
Yes, great shot by Kevin Sinclair. Like you said, wide outside the line of the off stump, and he planted the left pad out to the pitch of the ball. And once he beats the short extra cover there, it had 4 written all over it. Maybe that's a signal too, that something in the game plan is now beginning to unfold.
Edging, the keeper beaten as well, and 4 more.
Yes, so the runs are flowing now. That's a third boundary for Kevin Sinclair.
And the lead, 401.
Yes, 401. So let's see when they reach around that 420, or maybe, John, how much? An hour? After the lunch session, they're going to declare the innings. You never know. But Sinclair is playing his shots.
I don't think he was trying to get a boundary there. He was trying to open the face of the bat, maybe. There's a fielder at the backward point. It might have been a double or so. But with extra bunks from Blackwood, that beat him and beat the keeper as well. Slip had no chance. Still, we haven't seen Nkumabana off the field since yesterday. I attempted to get an update moments ago. Just didn't get that update as yet, but I'll go again. Persistence leads to permanence.
Yes, and we certainly want to quote the right source concerning that. We don't want to mislead anybody whatsoever. But that's going to be interesting. That's going to be a big blow for Jamaica if Bonner can't, bat again in the second innings.
The second new ball, 1 delivery away. Mansingh 19 overs, none for 56. Does not look threatening at all. Quick single. And I think German Blackwood, seeing the assistance he is getting, do remember he broke the partnership as well. I think he'll be tempted to take the second new ball. Over completed, 240 for 5.
Well, if I was a skipper out there, I would have definitely taken the new ball because it's the new ball that has done magic in this game for both teams. So why not? Could be a little moral victory for them if they take the new ball and get a few wickets. You think they will feel that, we have done something well? Hello to you, Clydie. 240 for the loss of 5. The lead is now 403.
Lots of runs, isn't it? I think they're going to take the new ball. But the thing about the new ball, it also brings runs. So I can tell you that at this stage, it goes quicker to the boundary. And one never knows. It may bring success, but it may also bring more runs.
So that's a signal coming from the umpire that the Jamaican Scorpions, they have taken the new ball, brand new cherry. And we see that Marquino Minley, 4 for 36, has a great chance here to pick up a 5-wicket haul.
Yes, it does. And we all are waiting on when the Eagles are going to make their declaration, unless something drastic happens with this bowling, with the new ball. Get 3-4 wickets quickly, like they did earlier on.
You take away those middle order partnership that the Harpy Eagles managed to get. Good looking shot. Kevin Sinclair has played this shot particularly well. The lower order also collapsed too. So, on the other hand, the Eagles will not want that to happen twice.
I think the difference in the game is no doubt in my mind. Yes, the bowlers have bowled well, but there's that 5th wicket partnership in both innings of the Eagles innings, Harpy Eagles innings. I think that has made a difference in the game.
You're absolutely right about that. I think Mindley is just beginning to hit the right lengths on this pitcher. And I have no doubt that he will be squeezing in some full deliveries there, not on the half volley, but in that place where he got 2 scalps bowled down in the first innings, and that was Tejnarain Chandapal and Kemal Savory. No, it was Anderson.
Looking to work that on the onside, going down the leg side. I think we're going to see probably a 1 or 2 overs where the batters are just going to look to see what is happening, and then we'll see, at least I'm sure you'll see Sinclair looking to go after the bowling.
Like he's doing now, big drive by Sinclair, and that's gone away down towards the boundary. And you called it correctly, Clyde. And the right-hander looks good.
I think it's only right. Sinclair is out there, he's batting, he'll be thinking more or less, I want to get my hands on the ball. Come on, bowl, yes, but at the same time, if the captain is going to give me the opportunity to get a few runs, I'm going to go hard.
So let's see if Mindley is going to go for a fuller length or he's going to pull it back. Short, and he's pulling this one around. And that's gone into the hands of the fielder. That's Merchant, the substitute, down at the deep backward square boundary. So Mindley gets his man. Sinclair understandably going after the bowling because of quick runs. That's the 5th wicket for Mindley. What splendid figures. 5 for 41. He's in his 14th over.
And maybe that's Minley's first genuine shot ball we have seen in this game, and it brings him a wicket. Obviously, he didn't like the sort of shot that Sinclair played it delivered before, and letting him know, well, I can bounce it and I can get it up high.
Yes, and it's good to see the Jamaicans there in a little huddle out in the middle there, high fives and tapping away at each other, getting a wicket. It's always good for them. But look at that lead. 408 with 4 wickets standing. And it was a good catch by Merchant down on the boundary. Had to run a distance and then kept his eyes on the ball and closed the palms nicely under it.
Yes, it was. Mendy has worked hard for his 5-wicket haul, though. He bowled very well with the new ball earlier on, got ball in the right areas, got his rewards, and now he's come back with the second new ball, and immediately he's gotten a wicket.
Yes, and that man going out in the middle there, Virasamy Pramal, 17 seasons of West Indies regional 4-day cricket. And when he made his debut against the Windward Islands, I think, other than Pramal, it's only Fletcher that is involved in active cricket as a player. The other one is Dayton Butler, who has now gone into umpiring. All the others on both the Guyana side and the Windward side, they are not back on the cricket field. This man has survived a long time.
17 years. of
17.
first-class cricket. That's good. That's good. He started pretty young, didn't he? So 17 years really is it's probably what an average cricketer may have. You know, people have gone on to play first-class cricket for 20 years and so on. So, but 17 years is a good amount of years. And I think Pomala still has a few years in him.
Yes.
I know he still has. Whether we will see him playing for a few more years, we'll just have to wait and see.
Exactly. And there's also the thought with Leon Johnson calling it a day after the final match against the Leeward Islands. The baton might very well be passed on to him as skipper for the Harpy Eagles.
Well, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if that actually happens because Pamal has captained the Guyana side before. And then he was replaced. So I would be surprised if we are going to go back that way at this time because if we go back, he will be virtually going for a short period. And do we want a captain just for a short period or do we want a captain to grow into the job and to be able to lead us for 4 or 5 years?
That was well bowled, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Derval Green, good testing delivery there. And with the likes of Kemo Paul, that he's one of the franchise players. Shimron Hetmeyer has made up his mind what he wants to do.
Has he?
I think so.
You has just made up his mind out here.
Pardon me? Well, Hetmeyer has claimed his unavailability for selection here and because of family reasons.
But
That
he
has
has-
been an often
But
thing.
he has never said he's finished.
No, not at all. But I guess if ever he says he's available and plays again, according to the Guyana selectors, he must play intercounty cricket. And if he does not, well, it simply means he's not going to warrant selection to the national team. So that is going to write him off as captain for now. You look at the composition of the team. Who do you put after Johnson has gone? So they might very well go for a little short period as somebody they groom to come along. You never know.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
Tevin Imlach, he has showed some good cricketing brains, and he looks to be one of the youngsters for the future. So no doubt there'll be a thinking with him. This is good bowling here by Dorval Green. that lead 409.
Well, when you think about it, you've still got, what, a session and three-quarter
So true.
today, and then you've got 3 sessions tomorrow. Think about tomorrow being 90 overs, and maybe another 40 to 45 overs today. It's still a long, long way in this game.
Yes, so the Harpy Eagles still have a time on their side. And taking into consideration, too, the Jamaica Scorpions, they have not batted well this year. They have struggled.
One has been off the field for some time.
That's a big blow.
Depends on what kind of injury he has. He may not be able to bat at least for the 4, 6, or 7 batsmen. Or it depends on how long the earlier batsman bat. So that's something we'll have to wait and see as well.
Good shot here by Premal. He gets his second run. 247 for the loss of 6. 82 overs gone. Clyde, we just see some relaxed figures there in the green stand. It's good to see. At least some people, they have come out to view the 4-day game. I guess they are friends and relatives. Or like our friend from Essequibo, that gentleman, who's been making lots of noise and passing on information and actually teasing the Jamaican players out there.
We know what he's like. He's at every sports in Guyana, of course. And he's one of the biggest supporters of sports in Guyana. And that's good to have those kind of people always around cricket, always around sports. We need support.
Well, that's wrapped on the pad. He's gone. The leg before Virasamy Premal, and Marquino Mindley has gotten his 6th wicket in this innings, and Premal is gone.
Again, new ball, making it come back. Delivery that was slightly short of a length. Probably should have been on the front foot. It was going on the back foot. And, oh, he was plumb in front. I think he could have given himself out as well with that delivery. That was plumb in front as he was going on the back foot. Ball kept fairly low as well. For a new ball, it kept fairly low and hit right in front. Umpire had no hesitation in lifting the dreaded finger.
What is the magic about the new ball, Clydie?
Well, I think it skids on a little bit more than the older ball, and on this pitch that hasn't got the sort of bounce and pace that one expects. Because even when you look at that delivery, it didn't do a great deal. It was the length, I think, that got the batsman out. It was the length. I think the new ball maybe skidding on a little bit more. It was reaching you a little quicker than normal. And if you bowl it in the right areas, you'll get a few wickets.
Yes, and they have bowled in the right areas. Mindley has worked very, very hard, and he's being rewarded here with a fine 6-wicket haul so far. And no doubt he'll be looking for his 7th as Gudakesh Moti comes out in the middle.
Here's another man that may be considered as captain.
Yes, you'll never know. But he's with the West Indies test team. And I'm sure he will get more opportunities once he continues to do the things that he is doing. And it's good when you have so many of these youngsters coming through, their names being talked about.
Well, ball again by Minley, just on or about the off stump to the new batsman. He's bowled well to the left-handers in this game. He tends to come round the wicket and try and angle the ball back into the left-handers, bowling good lengths. and making them play. That was a big Yahoo from Moti. He was looking to probably hit that into the stands. Missed it completely. Went through to the wicketkeeper. There was no foot movement or anything. It was just the bat coming up. And that may be a sign that Leon Johnson may be looking for a declaration soon. Good afternoon to you. Matthew?
Good afternoon, Clyde. I know you had a good lunch. I did.
Always do.
You said Yahoo just now. I almost said Yabba Dabba Doo. I haven't seen Moti in that mood a lot, but yeah, the intent is clear. The lead is what, 410? In my scheme of thinking, I would say you bat just for the first hour after lunch, make the declaration, that's it. That's if all the wickets haven't fallen by then.
In the meantime, Imlach continued to do what he has been doing throughout this game, just looking to push the ball, working it. When the bad balls come along, he put them away. Nothing is wrong with that. He's played a wonderful innings for his country. He's had a wonderful match, actually, for his country.
147 is run tally in this game. I think the declaration can come anytime now, maybe within the next 5 minutes or so. I'm reading the game from my perspective, John. I'm saying declare after the first hour or play after lunch. I think you've got enough runs, and the ball is moving. There's some movement for the fast bowlers. They're going to get 2 here. Return comes into the keeper. 2 more to Moti. He's gone up to 12. But that's my school of thought with the stage of the game now. I would make that declaration at 1:40. Just about 4 minutes to go, which is 1 hour of batting after lunch. I think the runs are enough. 439, 440 to get, even if you get a few more runs in the next few minutes and you get up to 450, bang on target. I don't think Johnson has anything to be afraid about. You've got a lot of time. He's got the quality bowlers. That's important. He has the bowlers. And his spin bowlers, his spinners will do him good service as well.
.440 is a position of comfort, position of strength for Johnson and the Harp Eagles. So I think should a wicket fall now, that will be it. The drinks break coming up, I think that will be it as well, just like you mentioned. So word from the official word on Bonner is that he's suffering from a hamstring injury, but he's going to bat if needed after 2 hours or after 5 wickets are down.
Yeah, the new rules, the amendments and adjustments to the laws when you don't take to the field. That would be good for Jamaica, of course. They need all their batters because you've got to go after 440 plus already. Down the leg side, the angle not right there from Dorval Green. And they're going to come back quickly for 2 more. So the running between the wickets, between Moti and Imlach, both fit players, has been very good. That's the end of the over, 279 for 7.
Harp Eagles in their first innings, 278. So better effort in the second innings, 279 for 7. Johnson with that magnificent 150 unbeaten. But now we see another 100 from a young man. Devon Imlach, 128. Good support from T.H. Chandapur with 8 and 9. Marquino Mindley, career best figures for him, Matthew Kisoon. First time picking up 6 wickets in an innings. And 9 wickets in a match. Good stuff from him. But how long can they continue with him? But maybe looking for a 10-4, but it's not to be because OJ Shields into the attack.
Yeah, that lifted onto him. That's a lifting delivery, and that Moti had to, I would say, defend himself.
OJ Shields into the
Look at
attack.
that again. Over the wicket, short. Yes, on the glove.
On the bowling arm as well. So those fingers will be a bit sore. Jamming between the ball and bat. He's gotten a lot stronger, Gorakesh Moti, over the years.
Short again. This time he didn't get up that much onto him. He handled it well. Up on his toes. Rides it down nicely at his feet. That's the way to play the short lifting delivery. You've got to get out of the way quickly. No to sway back. Sway to the side. Yeah, and he's missed, a couple of test matches in between because of injury as well. So you don't want someone like Moti to be injured at all. He seems to be the man targeted to be the Left-hand orthodox spinner in the test side. That's a good delivery. That one pitched on about the middle stump and just held its own. Just probably missing that off stick. Let's have a look at that.
Peach of a delivery on the line of the off stumper, coming back in, straightening, but not straightening enough to hit that off stump. Like Naim Chan would say, another coat of varnish would have seen him bowled.
And as another commentator would say, impeccable judgment by Moti. On the leg stump this time, and he got it down to backward square for a leg bye. Well, let's wait and see what will happen after this over. We should have a drinks break after this over. And if the declaration comes in, well, we're reading the game well. 4-4 to 3, that lead. Wide of the off stump and it moved further away. Good movement away, but he had to bowl that probably around the middle stump to put Imlach under a bit of pressure in terms of his batting skills there. But the thing about Leon Johnson here, in terms of the stage of the game now, is that number one, he's got the runs to play with. Number two, he's got the bowlers. So he's got everything in the bank. He's a rich man. The Harpy Eagles is a rich team. Jamaica, on the other hand, would need the likes of a Palmer, Blackwood, Bonner, who's carrying a little hamstring. They need their batters to come good. As 8 or 9 overs are being completed, the Harpy Eagles 280 for the loss of 7. We'll have a drinks break now. We'll wait and see what will transpire, but we'll also take a break here. Join us in about 3 minutes' time.
All right, hello once again from the National Stadium at Providence. Players refreshing themselves on the water and juice tray. They're back out in the middle, 280 for the loss of 7. And the hot topic for those spectators that are around is, when will the declaration come with the Harpy Eagles now 443 runs ahead? And I'm certainly a lot of people will be discussing that. When will that declaration come? In my own humble opinion, I feel the time has arrived. Steered away down towards the third man. They'll just collect a single. Hello to you, John. 280 for the loss of 7. The lead is 444. I'm wondering to know, why is it Leon Johnson still pursuing with his batters out in the middle and the declaration has not yet come? What is the thinking like, you think?
So many possibilities in Rajit. Maybe they're looking to get 300 runs in this innings. Maybe they're looking to get a lead past 450. Maybe as well, they would like to bowl for a half hour before the next interval. So if that is the case, you have to bat for 20 minutes now. Maybe just about 18. I doubt whether they're looking for Imlach to get to 150.
Well, if that's the case, I will be very, very surprised. He's gotten a fine century here. And Imlach just straying there, straining the body to get back onto ball. Well, Leon Johnson will know it better than anybody else. How many runs in the second innings he would like to set the Jamaicans. But we too have our opinion here. He wants to give himself enough time so that he can bowl them out a second time in this game. And I don't think there is anywhere, while there's a possibility that's far, far remote from them even getting to that 400. They haven't even touched 300 in this season.
Purikesh Moti noticed batting well into his crease. And a little visitor, Anya, no doubt looking for her friend Alyssa.
Yes, and I have a little weakness for babies like these, spending 36 years in the teaching profession. Whenever I see them, you know, just can't resist them. They're part of our lives.
So Gordon is back into the attack. We saw him earlier losing his cool just momentarily. Now he just looks mean walking back to the top of his mark. No smiling. Not at all. None from Gordon.
And they say when you get angry, you're actually doing yourself more harm than your opponent. And I think at that stage, the Guyanese batters kept their cool. So Dorval Green too got agitated on a few occasions. 90 overs gone, 284 for the loss of 7. We're looking at just 2 spectators there in that red stand. And they're enjoying the game.
We were just reminded that come March 28 to April 1 in Jamaica, there'll be Champs 2023, which is sponsored by Grace Kennedy. And we should have live coverage on Sportsmax as well.
Tell us more about that Champ 2023, John.
Yeah, it's the annual athletics meet in Jamaica. Apparently the biggest. We expect the stadium to be packed out every single day for the next generation of Jamaican athletes coming out. Champs, March 28th to April 1, Just got a reminder from our good friend Joseph Reds Pereira, actually.
Hello to you, Reds. Jamaica, we all know, the land of speed. We have seen both female and male dominated world athletics for quite a number of years. We'll never ever forget the likes of Merlin Ottey, that little dynamite as well, Sherry Ann Fraser Price. There's also Brown and Elaine Thompson. What great sprinters they are.
Here was Nicholson Gordon threatening to throw again. This time holding on to the ball. Quick single. So the lead now, 449 in the Jeet. Getting to 450. Conditions continue to be very good. The forecast is a good one for tomorrow as well. Sometimes you have to factor in rain, but the forecast is good for tomorrow. So everyone listening in, watching in, there's no threat of rain on the horizon in the near future.
And with modern equipment and a well-trained bunch of staff, the Met Office, they have been giving us almost the perfect timing when rain will come or when we are going to have great sunshine. So we can trust whatever message is coming out. I want to say hello to Devin and his team from that Met Office. Could be a strategy as well to burn the Jamaican Scorpions a little longer in Guyana's sun, hoping to sap whatever energy level they have left. It was a sharp, rising delivery. So a lot of effort here by O.J. Shields.
This is the 11th over being bowled with this second new ball. Haven't seen what the first new ball did. Managed to pick up a wicket, yes, the wicket of Pamal, well, Sinclair as well. But I haven't seen what we saw earlier in the top order for both sides. This could not stand up to the new ball. Tells maybe the track as well, flattening out even more.
And with the wind picking up in the distance because the coconut palms, they were telling us, earlier on the ball did move the way a little and it brought results. So it's 289 for the loss of 7.
The lead past 250 now, so it's 452. Past 450. Imlach 16 away from 150. Harp Eagles away, 11 runs away from 300. Do remember, there's no batting bonus points for second innings. So that is something that we all must remember.
Well, I think the method here too could be to frustrate the Scorpions a little longer out in the middle. To my mind, that could only be the reason. Runs is not the reason. 452, that's a mammoth lead. Lovely looking shot. And how much more they are looking for here, maybe at the right time to declare the innings. And because of this advantage that the Harpy Eagles has on the Jamaica Scorpions, you never know too that Leon Johnson might want to give Imlach an opportunity to get on to 150. He's 15 runs away from it. And he feels he has enough time to bowl at the Jamaicans and get them out. Gordon continues to come around the wicket using the angles very well. And that was headed towards the line of the off stump. But Moti was right in behind of it and defending nicely.
An update from the other matches. Whitman Islands Volcanoes replying to 382 for 9 declared by the Hurricanes. 329 for 7. 329 for 7. Hodge 137 and Athenaeus 128 dismissed. Justin Greaves 8, retiring hurt. Look at that, short ball, signaled wide by the umpire. Umpire Nigel Duguid will have none of it. Once again, Nicholson Gordon trying too hard.
I look at Moti there, coming down the track like a man possessed. He was looking to smack that way out on the East Bank public road and just had to drop the bat as it was sprayed wide. We saw Moti last year at the Queen's Park Oval. It was a devastating 100.
The Volcanoes still trailing by some 53 runs. Tomorrow is the last day in that high-scoring game. So if nothing dramatic happens, that game can be heading for a draw. TNT Red Force in their second innings, 149 for 6. 203 in their first innings. Barbados 271. So it means the TNT Red Force 81 runs ahead with 4 wickets in hand against the Barbados Pride at the Queen's Park Oval.
And the Pride has a great opportunity there to score an outright win against the Red Force. Interesting development there between the Windwards Volcanoes and the Leewards Hurricanes. From the set of things, I might eventually head for a draw. But we have seen so many different things happen in this game of cricket. Trinidad and Tobago batting continues to present a problem for them. 292 for the loss of 7. Well, the lead is 455. There's still 3 wickets in the bag. The question is Johnson looking for more runs? Or does he want to frustrate the Scorpions out in the middle? Is he giving Tevin Imlach an opportunity to get 150? For his thoughts, Clyde Butts has joined me. Hello to you, Clyde.
Hello to you in the jeet. Very interesting, very interesting that he's continued to bat on. The Harp Eagles, obviously thinking, well, we've got enough time in this game to bowl the opposition out. So he's not worried. He's not worried, probably knowing the quality of bowlers he has. He'll be thinking that, we can allow Tevin to Imlach to bat for another few overs if he gets to that 150 mark, and then make the declaration, because it cannot be that he's looking for an amount of runs, because in my opinion, there is no pressing in terms of looking to score quickly or what. Maybe it's just to bat some overs.
Well, he knows the right time that he wants to declare. These two continue to bat on. Beautifully bowled, beaten all ends up. Outside the line of the off stump, and O.J. Shields looked to the heavens, asking a question too, why didn't that got the edge?
How did that miss the edge? How did that miss the stump? That was well bowled. And O.J. Shields has been charging in. He's got the second new ball. He has been bowling. He has been getting the ball to swing. And he has kept pressure on the batsman. He's not let up at all.
And when you can beat a batsman who has been there for 216 balls for his 135, you must compliment yourself. Well, that was a false shot.
He's getting the ball to actually swing away from the right hand. That one was, although it was outside leg stump, you could see it shaping back in. So The ball is doing something out in the middle. It is doing something. And he is charged in. He's charged in. He has looked the part. I like the look of him. I think with another year of cricket or so, playing some steady cricket, he can be a handful. I love to see him on a pitch that has some bounce and pace. As we see there, that ball carrying nicely through to the wicketkeeper. He's giving his all.
Yes, exactly. Hitting the pitch very hard. And that was a steep rise in the ball as it went through to the keeper. So the Jamaican batters who were left in the
I
outside
think the
there
declaration has been made.
at 294.
I wonder if it's those couple of deliveries that Leon Johnson has seen and decided, I'm not taking any more chance with my batters out in the middle. Especially you've got your left arm spinners out there, your left arm spinner out there. You don't want him to get injured or anything, because I think she's was really charging in and bowling with some good pace.
Yes, and maybe Niall Smith and Beaton went up to the skipper, tapped him on the shoulder and said, you see what's happening there?
It's swinging, it's moving about. Let's
That's
have a
right.
go at them.
Exactly. So at 2 minutes after the hour of 2, the declaration has come with the Guyana Harpy Eagles on 294 for the loss of 7. Jamaica requires 458 runs to win. That's a huge total.
That's a mammoth total. You don't want to say it's impossible, but it's highly impossible. The pitch hasn't done that much. But before I go on to that, I must have a word on Kevin and Imlach. Kevin Imlach. I thought he batted pretty well, he batted pretty sensible, and he batted smart as well. When he played within his limitations, waited on the bad balls, put them away, and also rotated the strike nicely throughout his innings. I think it's the sort of innings that you know when a player is maturing and you see maturity in a young man. And that's the sort of innings he has played. Today, whether he's just comfortable batting at number 6, something we'll have to wait and see. I think he's better than a number 6, but we'll just have to wait and see how things go in the future. But what a wonderful innings it was from the young man as well.
Top class innings. Tejan and Chandapal 89. Nandu didn't score. Anderson 22. Savory 1. Leon Johnson, the skipper, 1. Kevin Imlach 136, 217 balls, 14 boundaries. Top knock from him. Kevin Sinclair 18. Virasamy Pramal 2. Gudakesh Moti left not out on 18. There were 6 extras, 2 byes, 2 leg byes, 1 wide, and 1 no ball. 294 for the loss of 7 declared.
I think Tej batted well as well. You tend to look at the man that goes on and make 100. But when you look at what happened yesterday with wickets tumbling around him, he stayed there. It was important that he did. And I think he blossomed as his innings went on. But certainly batted very well indeed. I think the Jamaican bowlers did their work. They worked hard. Minley, 6 wickets. That's well bowled on a pitch that we have talked about all day. The rest of the bowlers I thought supported well. Green as usual, tight, steady. Gordon I thought was good. Good bowling, good areas. And like I've just said, I love the look of O.J. Shields in his first game time you've seen him in Guyana? I think this is
First time in Guyana.
Second game he's
Yes.
played, and he looks good, and I think he could have a bright future. I would love to see him on a pitch that has some bounce and pace, and I think he's one of the bowlers that the selectors must be thinking of having in a camp, things like that, to work on, to improve. So I think they've bowled well.
Yes, certainly. And you mentioned Tejan and Chandapal. He's 89, 249 balls, 12 boundaries. And Minley, best ever regional figures in an innings and in a match as well. Previously, it was 5 for 20, and today picking up 6 for 54. Assisted too by Blackwood, who picked up a wicket. So that's the story. We're going to take a little break with the Guyana Harpy Eagles declaring on 294 for the loss of 7, set in Jamaica 458. Do join us in another 10 minutes or so.
the Guyana Happy Eagles declaring at 294 for 7 at 2 minutes after 2 o'clock. 92.4 overs. Imlach unbeaten on 136, 217 balls, 331 minutes, 13 fours in that marathon knock. And Moti unbeaten on 18, 1-4. 6 extras, 2 byes, 2 leg byes, 1 wide, 1 no ball. They lead by 457. So 458 to win. And they've got a lot of time left in the game. T is at 240. And then you've got the final session and then a complete day tomorrow. Good bowling by Minley, picking up 6 wickets and has continued to put himself in strong contention for being one of the fast bowlers that can play for the West Indies along the way. But he's done himself good justice by taking 9 wickets in the match and certainly done himself well. But Jamaica now have got to come out and bat, and they've got to bat and bat long. We've learned that Bonner is carrying a little hamstring, but can bat once the need is there for him to bat. And you get the impression with the amount of runs to be scored, he probably certainly have to do some batting. A lot will depend on Log and Gilzine to give them a start. Gilzine, I think, only in his, second game? Will have to adjust well, put his head down and bat. Didn't get anything much in the first innings. Leroy Lugg can score very quickly. And Runsford Beaton will start from the commentary box end. Edged, dropped in front, bouncing just in front of Johnson, the captain, had slipped and down to the boundary for 4. Got both hands to it when it dropped, but went away to the boundary. So first runs coming, edging away. Look at that. Movement in front of Johnson. Both hands to his left. Went through and went down for 4. They were off the mark. Clyde Butts is alongside me. Clyde, 458 to win. Big ask. But what a way for Beaton to start right away. First ball. Good afternoon, Clyde.
Good afternoon to you. Matthew, certainly a good start, good delivery. Just on or about off stump, leaving the right-hander. Played at it, got the edge. Didn't carry to slip, of course. This time he's on the pads, worked off into the onside. But what was interesting to see was the way how the Jamaicans bowlers bowl with the new ball. They got a little bit of movement, especially away from the right-handers, and caused them some problem. We did see the ball actually carrying nicely to the wicketkeeper as well. It bounced a little higher than we did see earlier on, so that's a good sign for the Guyana Amazon Warriors, the Guyana Harpy Eagles fast bowlers. Very good sign.
That's gone for 6. That's Leroy Luck for you. And the first 6 in the match, would you believe it? Hit by a man with a lot of power. Good shoulders, strongly built. Double figures from 3 deliveries already. Look at that shot. Picked it up beautifully. Over wide long on. What a shot. Shot of authority. And the first 6 in the match. 10 without loss. Three slips in a gully. There's a point. Then you've got mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Long leg. Well bowled, squared him up on the back foot. Played into the offside. 76 4s and 1 6 in the match so far. But the declaration expected, of course, at some point in time. And it came. And the scoreboard says 4 to 3 overs remain in the day's play. And then you've got 90 tomorrow. So a lot of overs to be bowled. And you know a lot will have to be bowled by the spinners, of course. Edge gone. Catch taken by Imlach. So after hitting a 4 and a 6, Leroy Lugg has gone, caught behind, and the first wicket going down for the Scorpions. Clyde Butts, 10 for the loss of 1.
Well, he just stood there really, never moved his feet, pushed at the delivery that was pitched up outside the off stump. It left him slightly, and he's gone caught behind. That's a very good delivery, actually. Pitch just outside the off stump, making the batsman played at it, got the edge, and was taken by the wicketkeeper. So again, the new ball, having it safe, as we've seen in this match, the new ball seems to be a thing that works and has worked for both teams. And it's worked again. Good bowling by Ransford Beaton, although being hit for a 6. Couple of deliveries before, still carried the ball up to the batsman, got the edge, out caught behind.
The captain has come out, Jermaine Blackwood. Well, he got out first ball in the first innings, tends to take a middle stump guard. What can the captain come up with? What would be his batting plan? Gilzine hasn't faced the ball as yet, beaten as usual. He's worked up some pace. First ball to Blackwood. Excellent delivery. Bang on target, just on that off stump. A little shade away, a little movement away, taken by the keeper. 10 for 1. The Guyana RP Eagles striking in the very first over.
As I feel inside, I think this is what you want. When you have the freedom to run in and bowl, you have runs on the board, the captain out there can give you whatever you want in terms of your field placing and so on. He's going to attack for you. He's going to keep the pressure on the batters. So you as a bowler, you've got an upper hand immediately. And I think as a batting side, you need to come out there and say to yourself, look, I've got to try and bat long. But at the same time, I've got to look to rotate strike. You cannot be deciding that I'm just going to go out there and just look to block. You've got to be prepared to look to rotate the strike. When the bad ball come along, you've got to put them away. Just, you have to work your thing out that you could put the pressure back on the bowler.
Now Smith, first ball just down the leg side. He's going to get it right eventually, of course. It's his first ball in the second innings. Tevin Gilzine needs to have a good look out there. Don't give it away. Yes, the batting has been way below par for Jamaica, but you get the impression you want to know what's wrong with their cricket this season. Hasn't quite impressed at all, but their bowlers have done hard work for them. No justice with the bat at all. Kept low, shuffled across, jammed down on it quickly.
I don't think that actually kept low. I think he was just playing a bad shot. Instead of delivery that was pitched up, he was just going square on the pitch instead of probably looking to either go forward or go right back to play the delivery. So when he got there, he virtually was in no man's land. And that's why you see the rush to look to defend outside off stump. So I guess he's thinking, well, I didn't get many first innings. I need to try and settle down. Look to bat and look to bat long. Must be a nervous man out there as well when you think you've been in the field for a little while, for a long time, not a little while. You've been in the field, you've been chasing some letters, and now you come out to bat, you're opening the batting history in the first innings, not getting many, the bowlers were on top, and now you've got to set that partnership for the rest of the batters to come. You've already lost one wicket, that's pressure in itself.
Both batters on a pair. They didn't score in the first innings. 5 ducks in the first innings for the Jamaica batting. I asked John if there's some big duck farms in the hills in Jamaica. But both on a pair, so a lot of pressure on both batters. But it's a tall order for them. The bank account is very fat for the Harpy Eagles in this game.
Leon Johnson on the attack, I would love to see him with a forward short leg. To Gilzine and bowler, because Smith is getting the ball to actually off-cut a little. So if there's that man at forward short leg, may just stop the batsman from looking to rush on the front foot.
Shamar Joseph, he's on the field for Kemal Savory.
Wasn't a very one of Smith's best over. He bowled too straight, too much down leg side. And I guess with the new ball, he's just seeing what it's gonna do. And in the next over, I'm sure we'll see him start to get his line and his length in better areas.
And the big question, Clyde, with 1 wicket down already, can the Jamaica batting stand the test of time for today, day 3?
Well, they would be very disappointed if they cannot bat out day 3. This is first-class cricket, and you expect first-class players to be able to weather this early storm. And as we've seen, once the ball gets a little older, things get a little easier. Blackwood looking to leave that one alone. Didn't get his bat up in time. Ball and into the bat, and he's lucky that it actually went on the ground out to gully. I think that's when you're a little indecisive on whether to be positive, whether to play your shots or not. Or even when you leave alone, you have to be positive. You cannot hang your bat out there. You have to be positive. You have to hustle to look to play, then pick the bat up as quickly as you possibly can. That's a lovely shot. Coming on the front foot, half volley, and playing it just to the left of the bowler, straight down to the boundary, 4 runs. Getting that left foot nicely out and not trying to hit it too hard. Push it just to the left of the bowler. And that's a good sign, actually, because that ball actually swung a little, and maybe that's why we see Beaton trying to go a little full. He's getting the ball to leave the right hand. He's getting that little bit of shape in the air.
Nice way to get off the mark, Jermaine Blackwood. That will do his confidence some good, the captain. But he'll need a lot of runs for his team. He's a test player. He's got a young man mentoring out there. So we've got that helmet coming out now, Clyde. Looks like you're going to get your heart's desire. Looks like Nando's going to get underneath the bat. Forward short leg for Blackwood. So you've read it well. What a shot. Glorious shot through the offside. Straight down the ground. And two good-looking boundaries. Not consecutive, but two good-looking boundaries to the Jamaica Scorpions captain, who is the test player. Look at that on the replay. On the off stump, coming forward, driving beautifully. You couldn't ask a better way to play that shot to that delivery. Blackwood, 2 boundaries from 5 balls, 18 for 1. John Ramsing is alongside me. We're heading up to T. And the Scorpions have already lost a wicket. Good afternoon, John.
Blackwood has arrived at the party. 2 glorious straight drives, well played. That is an international player. They were well pitched up. Not trying to hit too hard, but just trying to place the ball. You can see timing in those shots. He looks really good so far. From a Scorpion standpoint, we'd like to see him continue. From a West Indies standpoint, to get a big one.
Correct. I'm wondering if he was in the mind of Johnson when he prolonged the declaration coming. You know, you're thinking about the Blackwood factor because when he scores, he can score very fast. Score just runs very quickly. That's Gilzine for you. He's scratched around. He's not yet off the mark. He hasn't looked comfortable at all to the fast bowling. The over comes to an end. 19 for the loss of 1. And Jamaica need, remember, 458 to win. I think for the moment, forget that target and just bat. Bat out today. You don't want to lose too many wickets. Come back tomorrow and bat. Just simply bat. That's all they've got to do. Bat. Occupy the crease.
Gilzine in just his second first-class match, comprehensively beaten. Well, bowled again, Runsford beaten. But Gilzine, once he knows where his off-stump is, he will minimize searching for those balls outside his off-stump. Can allow them to go by, force beaten to bowl another type of delivery. Batting long is good, but I think with the new ball threat, Gilzine and Blackwood now just need to see off this threat of Beaton and Smith. Things may get easier. Tea is some 10 minutes away. But I think Smith and Beaton, they were given the license. Have a go before tea. Let's get as many as possible. You have 1 in the bag already. Let's keep going. Because I have 20 minutes in between to refresh and come again and go hard again. That's why I love red ball cricket, Matthew.
Not too many women love red ball cricket. They love action and excitement very quickly. That one came in a little bit to Blackwood. Too wide of the off stump for him to offer a shot, but good movement. Inward movement from Niall Smith. Had a 5-wicket haul in the first innings, so it's now time to show that you can be consistent as well. Blackwood has picked up, Beaton has picked up the first wicket.
We saw Nkrumah Bonner batting at 3 in the first innings, but because of his hamstring injury, not out there as yet. So still to come, Paul Palmer Jr., Abhijay Mansingh. The Warden, oh, it's going to go into the boundary. Just straying in line slightly, Niall Smith, and give him Blackwood another boundary. So 3 boundaries to the captain of the Scorpions. He's now on to 13 into double figures. Some saying Bonner, there we see just enough connection with bat. Will be required to bat after 2 hours, or will be able to bat after 2 hours, or after the fall of 5 wickets. So they're already into the middle order with Blackwood, who batted at 4 in the first innings. Coming now, Paul Palmer, short of runs. Abhijay Mansingh as well. Just 2 half centuries early up in the tournament. And the wicketkeeper Thomas and Darvel Green, who had a top score of 42.
The thing about the Scorpions batting, though, John, they don't have too much of batting, basically, in terms of the class players. The Darvel Greens will fight, and, the Shields and whatnot, they will fight down at the bottom, but the top order hasn't done much for them. And with Blackwood being back the test player, a lot will depend on him to stay there, anchor the innings, grow in confidence, get a good score on this belt. Don't give your wicket away. You're the captain. Stay out there. Show that you can bat. That's why you're in the West Indies side. Is he still the vice captain of the West Indies team? He is. So there's leadership in him. And lead with the bat now. Tevin Gilzine doesn't have much to show of his career as yet. He's in his 2nd game. So you've got to stay there with him and mentor the young man. Teach him a couple of things out there. Talk with him at the end of the over and show that they know what the job is out there to be done. Paul Palmer, as you said, short of runs. What's his average is just 25 in first-class cricket. He's in his 49th match. That was awkward. Good bounce there for Smith. What was Blackwood looking to do? Pull that through the mid-wicket area. Over comes to an end. He popped it up in the air. 23 for 1, 4 overs gone. For me, what has been a problem with Blackwood is the way he gets out. He can bat, play some lovely shots, good timer of the ball, very attacking batsman as well. But some of his dismissals leaves a lot to be desired. Shot selection poor, judgment poor on quite a number of occasions. And you would tend to say that he gets himself out. He gives his wicket away, basically.
Beaton starts a new over. And again, Gilzine showing his discomfort. Beaton may be thinking to himself, he has one here. But Gilzine will just want to weather this storm. Just show some more patience. Get to tea and come back.
He's had a torrid time out there already, 8 balls. He hasn't scored.
Once again, you see his ball angling in from runs for Beaton and then leg cutting. That is causing all the troubles for Gilzine. I was captain, going to have a word with him. He's playing from his crease, that's why, Matthew. Uncertain of the pace and bounce. So he's giving himself that extra time for that ball to get to him. Even to the full balls, he's jumping back.
Very uncomfortable. And Beaton's pace will also intimidate him, but he's bowling very well. 4 slips now. Just a little bit wide on that occasion. Again, the movement. A little bit more comfortable on that occasion.
Not able to see it on the monitor, but there are four slips and a gully. So the extra bounce of Beaton. They have brought in the gully. New head coach this season for the Guyana Harp Eagles, Ryan Hercules, along with the physiotherapist, Angelica Holder. This time he plays inside the line.
Yeah, Ryan Hercules is a nice guy to talk with. Very practical. Simple guy from Essequibo. Physios have some work to do with some of the players. Again, away movement from outside the off stump.
When Ryan Hercules played youth cricket for Guyana, some of his teammates were Parmal, Barnwell, Johnson, Chandrika. Around the same time, the likes of Karen Pollard, Andre Russell, Adrian Barat, and so on were playing that same year. Beaten again. So Gilzine continues to have his troubles against runs for Beaton. And Johnson tightening that slip cord and still cannot get the edge. Over-completed. 23 for 1 Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings.
Advantage beaten in that over again to Gilzine, comprehensively beaten by Beaton. So we're heading up to tea, day 3. Now Smith will bowl the last over. We make it before tea. On the media center end of Providence, northern end of the ground. Providence always beautiful, and when you've got the sunshine, dry outfield, single taken here, and no ball. Signaled by umpire Nigel Dugan. Pounds the right foot away. Upper tie.
No ball and the leg by. So extras helping to make a Scorpions now. So 2 more to that total. 25 for the loss of 1.
There is one thing you want the Scorpions to do is to work hard for their runs. So you've got to cut down those extras.
Oh, that ball swung appreciably again, but started just too straight while Smith to Gilzine. So Gilzine now facing a different bowler, Niall Smith. So when Beaton had the ball moving away from the right-hander, now we see Smith bringing in the ball back. But that one started just a bit too much on the leg stump, so not threatening the batsman at all. And we see the forward short leg in position already in Nandu. Helmet and shin pads on. Anxious times now for Devin Gilzine. Walks across the stump and he's off the mark in the match.
After 15 balls, he would be a little bit more relieved that he didn't get a pair. No one likes a pair at all. And at no level of cricket. There have been a number of batters who've got pairs in Test cricket. Beaten down on the boundary. His coach is having a few words with him. They're both from Essequibo. Gavin Ned, the assistant coach, is also a hard worker. Would have played his cricket for DCC, that famous club in Georgetown, and then played for the Guyana side. Good off spinner.
The Mariah Cricket Club, home of the legends. And I saw one of the legends at lunch, Travis Dowling, at the venue. Played Test cricket for the West Indies. Club has produced Roger Harper, Lance Gibbs, Clive Lloyd. Runs for Jermaine Blackwood.
Roy Fredericks.
Keith Semple.
Nolan McKenzie, they would have played for Guyana. Nolan was a stubborn batter. He was here recently. I had a few words with him. I was umpiring a match at DCC versus Maltinos, in which Barnwell captained that side.
Barnwell also from DCC. You played a few T20 internationals.
The brother of Roger Harper, Mark Harper, would have played for Guyana as well. They call him Big Mark. Hi, Mark. I know you're following the game. Good gentleman to chat with. Knows his cricket well. Hard hitting middle order batsman in his day and time. I think many would have been afraid to feel close up on the bat when he's batting. Three slips now on a point.
No ball, but almost chopped on by Gilzine. And again, we're seeing Niall Smith being plagued by this no ball problem. Word around is that Shamar Joseph was actually going to play this game ahead of Niall Smith. Joseph had a 5-4 early up in the tournament. Did not play after the break in Trinidad and Tobago. Now not getting an opportunity at home either, but did not look too bad. But I think that 5-4 in the first innings by Niall Smith, we can say cemented his spot maybe as well for the next game.
Yeah, a little bit of height there, stifled appeal. That's the end of session number 2. At the end of it, 28 for 1. They need 458 to win, so 430 more required. The man gone back is Lug, caught wicketkeeper Imlach Bowl, beaten for 10, a 6 and a 4, short stay decrease. Blackwood is 15 not out. Gilzine has struggled for his 1 run so far from 18 balls, and Beaton has picked up that wicket to have fallen. 1 for 19 from 3. We'll take a break. Join us in about 15 minutes' time.
So welcome back to Providence. Jamaica Scorpions with an uphill task. But the two batters heading to the middle will have other plans. 28 for the loss of 1 at T. Set a target of 458 runs to win. Means they have to get 430 more runs in 4 sessions. The final session today and 3 tomorrow, the final day. Mathematics says approximately 108 runs per session. Not impossible, but highly improbable. And very confident Guyana Harpy Eagles taking the field now. The Eagles have landed, and the Scorpions in all sorts of trouble to save this game. 458. John Ramsing here alongside Indrajit Prasad. Indrajit, conditions continue to be very good for cricket. And this task for the Jamaica Scorpions is like climbing the Blue Mountain. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, John. Hello to listeners. Yes, it's going to be an uphill one for them. 28, like you said, for the loss of 1. They still trail by 429 runs. But they have something going for them. Blackwood, the test player in the team, we've seen him picked up 2 half volleys and stroked them beautifully down the ground where he got boundaries. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in the first innings when he was dispatched very early. Gilzine is having his troubles here, and he's one that they might very well target. But so far, so good for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're in a very good chance to even make further inroads. But we're seeing some resistance from these two.
6 over send down before T. Now Beaton again has the ball in his hand. Cutting Blackwood in half. Very well bowled again. Continues to have a good time with the new ball here at Providence. A few seasons ago, when you hear fast bowler at Providence getting this kind of assistance, it may just be for 1 or 2 overs. But this time it's consistently good for the fast bowlers. Well bowled.
Yes, and everything was good with that delivery. Good line, good length, and cut away a little. And that's about the 5th time that Beaton has beaten him outside the line of the off stump.
Peeling off the outside edge in the air is going to go down to third man. Wide third man for a boundary, but not the shot Blackwood was looking for. He's looking perhaps to go over extra cover, but the intent is to be positive against Beaton. He wants to fight fire with fire.
But he has to be very, very careful here because he's coming up against Ransford Beaton, who is hitting at the right lengths. Not the kind of shot that you want to play at this stage of your innings. When your team, you're the skipper, they need you to stay there. That was more of frustration. He realized he was beaten umpteen time outside the line of the off stump.
This time he got us through the onside. Young Nandu and Smith getting to the ball at the same time. Lugg already dismissed, and if anyone can chase quick runs, it is Leroy Lugg. Got a 6 and a 4 before he was dismissed. Caught out a wicket off a fired up runs for Beaton. Beaton continues to look good this season after coming back. Last time he played, I think, was since 2017, 2018. Runs for Beaton. Here he goes again.
And he's showing great skill here, John. That ball touched down around the middle stump area and swerved away from the right-hander. So he has been bowling well runs for Beaton, and this is good to see. And bowling at good pace, too. We do not have the speed gun here, but I'm sure he's clocking just about that 140. These are good signs.
West Indies and South Africa. T20 International Series begins tomorrow in the JIT. First Ball is expected to be bowled at 8 hours Guyana time, 7 hours Jamaica time. 3 T20 internationals, West Indies against South Africa.
Yes, we're looking here in this part of the world for a West Indies win, beaten in the Test Series, beaten 2-1 in the 3-match one-day international series.
No. 1-1 and 1 went to rain.
Oh, yes, yeah, I beg your pardon, that's right. The one went to rain. The second one, I think, went to rain, or is it the first? The first one. So they were 1-1. We wish our boys all the best.
It will be the first match as captain of the West Indies T20 side for Rovman Powell, the Jamaican. First over after tea, Scorpions 34 for the loss of 1.
And John Rovman Powell has shown good leadership qualities. We remember him taking the Jamaica to the CPL finals and winning that title for the Jamaica Talawas. And certainly, I think he's a good choice. You look at that West Indies team, he's a smart fella. They're coming up against a South African team who is well oiled too.
Sheldon Cottrell, Brandon King, Odin Smith, some of the Jamaican players in that T20 international side. Those players could have been useful at this level for the Jamaica Scorpions, but they're on international duties.
Yes, and it also gives an opportunity for us to see what else Jamaica has in the bags. Like so many others, especially Barbados, a number of their players are out there. But yes, it gives an opportunity for others to come through too.
So runs were beaten after that ball was driven back to him by Blackwood, getting some treatment from Angelica Holder, the physio. Some ice in the palm of his hand there.
And Gilzine has had his troubles, but that was a good-looking shot. Got it nicely, good skills. And we have seen here Niall Smith, he's in his 4th over. Bowled an excellent bumper to Blackwood, and he just managed to keep it away from the forward short leg. The ball ballooned in front of him. Yes, fellas, we are seeing you there. You guys looking good. Enjoy the atmosphere. But once too often in this bowling spell, I think Smith has gone down a little bit too much down the leg side.
This time it's Blackwood cutting, and young Shamar Joseph cannot get there ahead of the ball, and it goes into the boundary. Short and wide, and Blackwood just to uppercut, just trying to get it over the infield, and then got quick enough after beating Joseph and into the boundary for 4.
That was a good shot, deliberate shot, and got it the way he wanted it and get the result too. So the challenge is up here for Niall Smith against Blackwood. You see Niall Smith cheering away there, maybe saying, listen, I wanted him to play at that one. It was a good shot. Look for the next one too.
5 fours already to Jeremy Blackwood, scoring a better than a runner ball. This time he goes forward a square on the offside, through the covers, and will find the gap as well. 4 more to Blackwood. Just cannot bowl the international player that short, that wide.
Easy for the picking there, and somebody must remind Smith to say, that's a West Indian test bowler. That was a loose delivery. Everything was wrong about it, and everything was right about the shot. Short and wide, and paid the penalty too.
Point I made yesterday about Niall Smith and his second spell. You can see it is a second spell because he had that break for tea coming back after that opening burst just does not look the same. Some bottom hand into this one is going to go through mid-wicket now. So Blackwood picking up his 7th boundary and taking a liking now to Niall Smith, roughing up the fast bowler, trying to hit him out of the attack.
Yeah, so when you can get 7 boundaries in 33, it just tells the story that he's going to attack the bowlers once he feels that the balls are in his corridor. That was a full-blooded swing of the bat, and realizing that the field was in, took up the challenge. And we have seen him in his career. He's not afraid to go over the top. He has trusted his power over the years, and he continues to do that here.
What would have been the final delivery of Smith's over is a no ball. And already, now into his 4th over, we have seen 4 no balls.
Yes, and quite a few no balls too. And I think in this innings, all have been bowled by Smith. That's his 3rd one, I guess. Had a few in the 1st innings too. So that's something he must work on.
When? Because we've seen this early in his career.
Yes.
We've always been saying it's something he should work on.
Yes, and it cannot happen out in the field of play. It has to happen somewhere else. And that somewhere else has to be how he goes about his art of practicing, whether in the nets or on the roadways or in the past 48 for the loss of 1. Because, John, you can do all the hard work. You can bowl the best delivery of the match, but if you overstep, and let's say you have the batsman in front of stumps, or he edges to a fielder, or even the stumps knocked out of the ground, all that energy has gone to nothing just because you continue to transgress.
Beaten it is to continue. He's going to be bowling to Tevin Gilzine this time. Gilzine just on 2. Oh, that ball squeezed along the ground, but through the slip cordon. He'll come back for 2, but not the most pleasing of shots for him. Beaten again, winning that battle.
Yes, finding the edge of the right-hander. And I think, on this pitch, let's just look at this one. Did went to ground first and then went up and beating the slips. You might just want on these kind of pitches to ensure that your slip fielders take a step further in front. We have seen quite a few deliveries when Jamaica, when the Harp Eagles batted, falling short in that position.
Not a good delivery. Beating the batsman outside the off stump, and there we see how far to the peel going up. Just trying to keep the batsman in check. Beaten again.
Yes, and beaten in his 5th over. This has been a splendid spell from him.
Gilzine is trying his best to concentrate. Keep your eyes on the ball. Keep your eyes on the ball. You can see him talking to himself.
And the skipper is talking to him as well.
Lots of words of encouragement. 50 for Jamaica. Scorpions on the board in their 2nd innings. 50 for 1 in over number 9. Beautiful on drive. And that will do Gilzine a world of good. Excellent shot to a ball that was pitched up on the onside.
As he does not look the batsman who was beaten on numerous occasions with that shot. That was class written all over it. And in typical West Indian flamboyancy, it's pet through mid-wicket for 4. Look at that. Gloriously played. Fine boundary.
I love the way he walked across his stumps. And with that bottom hand of his, good power in the shot. Placement was superb as well. Did not leave the carpet at all. Smith having his troubles at the north. Beaten now, being roughed up at the south. Balloon off the pad. But Gilzine is uncomfortable to the pace of Ransford Beaton.
Yes, and on this pitch, to beat a batsman with your pace, it tells about the effort that you are putting there. He was walking across the stumps, but I would definitely have missed the off-stump line.
After Smith and Beaton, the spin trio in Kevin Sinclair, Kudukesh Moti and Veer Sami Pamal. No other seamer in the Guyana Harp Eagles bowling attack. Well bowled again. And we've seen what the seamers have done at Providence.
And it's going to be interesting here to see how Virasamy Pramal, Gudakesh Moti, and Kevin Sinclair, how they perform in the second innings here. You never know. They might very well be the trump card, bringing all their experience to bear.
Remember, tomorrow is the last day, so we'll be looking at the pitch now that is into its third day, third afternoon, and then tomorrow the final day. The spinners may very well be useful. So after that boundary, Gilzine gets a single to end the over. 55 now for one. The Jamaica Scorpions, they're behind by 402. Just 402 needed for victory now.
I like how you called it there, John, just 402 needed for victory. Well, the way Blackwood is going, and if he continues like that, you never know. That might very well be a reality. So, 55 for the loss of one. Scorpions still require 403 if they're going to win this match. And they're scoring at 6.11 runs per over. Clyde, Blackwood on 33. He's going to play his shots like we've seen.
Well, sometimes fortune favors the brave. And Blackwood obviously deciding he's going to be as positive as he can, try and put the bowlers off.
Look at him cutting at this one. Another no ball sent down by Niall Smith. This is getting a little bit overbearing now.
Yeah, he has bowled a lot of no balls. I thought in the first innings was when he was tiring a little. But he's come back in the second innings and he's bowled quite a few.
And I was making the point, Clyde, this cannot be corrected in a competitive game, in a regional 4-day game.
You would hate to know that he takes a wicket off of a no ball.
Yes,
He
that's going
wouldn't-
to hurt.
He wouldn't like that as well. So
Yeah, and another no ball. What's going on here, Smith? I mean, we know he's overstepping there, but he hasn't shown sign of any improvement there whatsoever. And that can cause him some real difficulty. You lose rhythm, and then you're going to lose your way where you're pitching the ball. And with only two seamers in this Harpy Eagle team, you know, a Smith that is doing the right thing is of vital importance.
yeah, I think he just has to regroup, probably remark his run, just adjust the way he runs up, and try and get it right. It's something that, yes, you say it's hard to do within a match, but there must be something you can do to adjust and to get your rhythm right. Unless you're trying to overstep, you're trying to bowl a little too quick, but that would affect you if you bowl no ball after no ball. It will affect your rhythm. It will affect you mentally as well. So he's got to work on it. He's got to get it right.
And he's very, very impressive when he delivers legal delivery and gets them in the right area. Consistency is the key to success.
He has bowled well in the game so far, especially in the first innings.
Yes, he did.
This one just going a little too straight, worked off the pads nicely. and able to get 2 runs. I think what is happening to him here now is that confidence is just going a little. I've bowled a couple of no balls, it's getting to him. Then why he was captain maybe after this round and said, look, just bowl. Just bowl. Just do the things that you normally do. You go up a few no balls, but we'll take those rather than you looking to worry about it now in the game and not really charging in and bowling.
This time, Gilzine was lured into playing a shot. And the ball going by, beating the outside edge through to the keeper. So let's just look back at that one on the replay. Forced into the shot. Unlucky that Smith didn't get the edge. Lucky for Gilzine, he didn't touch it. Gilzine didn't play in the last match against the Volcanoes, brought back into this team. Mackenzie was the one that was left out.
Played out on the onside. He was looking for a single that wasn't there. I'm sure Blackwood would be saying to him, come on, we cannot afford a run out. We are way behind this game. We want to bat for as long as possible. It's only 10 overs. This is only the 10th over in the innings. Cannot afford to lose a wicket. We're scoring well. We're doing well. Just need to continue batting.
And this partnership so far has worked 49 runs. And it is able to stabilize the Scorpions' innings. This is going to run close down towards the third man boundary. We'll get there now, and that's 4 good-looking runs to the right-handed Tevin Gilzine. Easy shot. And that brings up the half-century partnership between these two.
Well, some people may be thinking, I've got 400-plus runs that the team is chasing. Why isn't there another slip or a gully in places? That one was played away past that area, went all the way into the boundary for 4, and Gilzine hasn't looked that comfortable. Hasn't looked that comfortable against the bowlers so far.
This time he knows what he was doing there. The final delivery in over number 10, it's 63 for the loss of 1.
Yes. Not the best of overs, I would say, by Smith. Not the best over he has bowled in this game so far. I think he's just losing it a bit, just losing his rhythm a little, getting those no-ball problems. It can put you off a little. I think he's just losing, and we may well see Leon Johnson going for a double change, as we see.
Has that stand become a double-decker? We see at the bottom level that the members of the ground staff.
That's the ground staff, always on that, always there,
yes,
there getting their rest. It's the coolest part of the ground, I can tell you, especially in the afternoon. It's very cool down
Yes,
there.
and that fellow is Zahir Mohammed, one of the local freelance journalists in Guyana. One of the local umpires too. So at 63 for the loss of 1, they still require a further 395, which means that they trail by 394. And yes, Clyde, I agree with you. Just that Johnson should have put in that extra field in the slip cordon. You have a lot of runs to play with. At the end of the day, it's not only the number that the scoreboard is showing as far as runs to get is concerned, but you still have to get the Jamaican team bowled out.
You have to mix it in a way, but if you're bowling to Gilzine, who has struggled a little, you probably just need to have that extra fielder in the attacking position. I could understand it to Blackwood because he's positive, he's playing nice shots.
Moti, the left arm spinner, replacing Runsford beaten, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. So you're having a West Indian left arm spinner now.
I think Beaton bowled really well. Probably unlucky not to have gotten another wicket. Bowled some real good deliveries. Yes, I still think he bowled too many half volleys, but he bowled some real good deliveries. And I could understand the half volleys in a way, because he's looking to get the ball to swing. We've seen a couple of deliveries look to swing away from the right-handed batsman, and probably looking for that swing, and just guilty of bowling a little too full at times.
So Gurukesh Moti here, force bowl in this innings, bowling round the wicket, just a solitary slip and the forward short leg. It's been a decent start so far from the left arm spinner. "11 overs gone. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 63 for the loss of 1. They still need a further 395 for victory. More from you, Clyde, and you'll be joined by Pastor Kisoon.
Yeah, good first over from Moti. Not really troubling the batsman, but bowling in the right areas, getting the batsman to come on the front foot. I'm sure Moti would be thinking, well, I've got to try and get the ball to bounce and turn a little, put some doubt in the batsman's mind on whether to just come on the front foot and to play them out on the offside. So he would be hoping that 1 or 2 of those deliveries would actually look to bounce and turn and put some pressure on the batsman. Good afternoon to you, Matthew. We see Pomal coming into the attack as expected. We're probably going to have a little spell of bowling later from the fast bowlers as well, but Pomal is required, and one expects that the spinners would do a lot of work in this second innings for the Guyana Eagles. Good afternoon to you, Matthew.
So double change. Good afternoon, Clyde. Hello to everyone. Gripping cricket here at Providence. Another excellent day. We're down to the last session of day 3. Blackwood has looked good, 33 from 32. Gilzina struggled, but he obviously will be more comfortable to the spinners. He picks up a boundary, nice on drive to Virsami Pamal, and gets his, second boundary. Played a lovely on drive through mid-wicket earlier, I think, when Beaton was bowling. You look at that on the replay, nice shot. Started very scratchy and shakily, didn't look comfortable to the fast bowlers. But all of a sudden, he's got 19 runs from 36 balls. He has to justify the Jamaican selectors why he's in this side. He's in his second first-class game. And ahead of someone like Kirk McKenzie, who is back home. I think Ransford Beaton is off the field, and Anthony Adams, the Sukibian, left-hand orthodox spin is on for him. I think you remember that shot, that straight drive that came powerfully hard, and he stuck the left hand out. That was hit with a lot of power. It's probably gone off to 10 to that left hand. That's the end of the over. 6-7 for 1.
Fairly good first over from Pomal, bringing the batsman on the front foot for most of those deliveries. We did see one on drive, a lovely looking on drive that was played between mid-wicket and mid-on down to the boundary for 4. So I guess both spinners now would be thinking, well, we're starting to get warm. We're going to try and see if we can get the ball to bounce and turn, put some doubt in the batsman's mind. We're also going to try and give it a little bit more flight, make them look to drive. I think that's the role you will have to play on this pitch where the ball hasn't really turned and bounced a lot.
And Moti's bowling to his teammate, fellow test teammate. West Indies test vice captain. Big ask for the Scorpions to, first of all, attempt to save the game. That's what they've got to do, save the game. To save the game, they've got to bat right through, today and tomorrow. That's a tall order. But if Palmer and Bonner and Mansingh and Thomas, the wicketkeeper, and even Dorval Green looking for a big swing down the leg side, if they can give support and let's say Blackwood stay there for a long time, well, it would be exactly what they would want. But he knows that he will have to play a big innings here, major innings and a big one for his country. That's the end of the over. 6-7 for 1. The fast bowlers have picked up 1 wicket. Well, Beaton has picked that wicket up. Nothing in wickets column for Niall Smith. Johnson's made the change. He's going to depend a lot on his experienced spinners. To come good for him, to steady the tide and to pick up wickets. Down through the years, that's been one of the features of the Guyana side, depending a lot on their experienced spinners. Kamal Bishu, when he played. Now you've got Moti in the mix and Kevin Sinclair. But because of his experience, he's mixed his bowlers up beautifully down through the years as well.
What Lynn Johnson is doing now is to have 2 men in front of the bat, one on onside, one on offside, put some more pressure on the batters. Obviously, they are looking to more survive rather than to be as positive as they can, especially Gilzine. So he has decided to put some more pressure on Pamal, your regular spinner and leading wicket-taker in regional cricket. And a man who has performed for you over the years is bowling as he's. And you need to give him as much support as you possibly can. And his support is to attack.
They say TGIF, thank God it's Friday. For workers. That's right on target. Three dots so far. So if no drama takes place in terms of the fall of wickets in this final session, we'll be back tomorrow, God willing. And it will be Saturday. It's a good time for some youngsters to come and watch the game.
I think those two men in eyesight of the batsman is just causing him a little bit more anxiety, and he's looking to move them. He's looking to play a few more shots now. This time he's going for a big swing on the leg side. Misses it and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Now this is pressure bowling. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the ball is doing a lot, but those two men in front of the bat is causing him to have some anxiety. As that last delivery was pitched up, he was looking to swing away to the leg, missed, and it went through to the wicket keeper.
Called it right, pressure. Beaten a little bit expensive, but he picked up that wicket. 1 for 32. Moti about to start his third over. So that partnership is building. 57 full toss. But straight to Kamal. Blackwood. Didn't get to put that away.
And the runs have actually dried up a lot since the spinners have come on. And when they're bowling in tandem, they can put a lot of pressure on the batsman, on the batting side, especially if runs are not coming. Just one batter batting at one end. Bowling 6 deliveries to one batsman as a spinner, you're happy with that. Maybe Moti would be saying, Pamal, come on, give him a single. Let me have a go at Gilzy next.
Blackwood knows he'll have to play a lot to the spinners. Looking for the single. Doesn't take it. That's the end of the over. A maiden. 67 for 1.
Well, from the few overs that we have seen of the spinners, seems that the pitch hasn't changed that much. Toward the afternoon in a 4-day game, we've not seen any ball turning or bouncing or doing anything extraordinary. So as a batting side, you will be thinking, well, we can survive this. We can bat a full day, a day and a session. Why not?
Kamal just 33 years old, and this is the thing about him. He's a leading wicket taker in regional cricket. So he's there at the top. But he's still got some years of cricket left in him. He's a very fit cricketer. So he will still be a good asset to the Harpy Eagles for a number of years to come, at least 3-4 years. One can never tell.
Give him a little bit more air by Pamal, slow it up a little, and Gilzine Going over the top of long on, 4 runs, good looking shot. Pomal, I'm sure we'll be thinking about. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Lots of runs on the board. If I can slow it up and get it to spin a little, and he's going to play shots like those, he's giving me a chance of getting them out.
Breaking the shackles a bit of a couple of maiden overs. You just have to be very careful here. The shot selection. Ramal is a very wise bowler. Moti is plying his trade well too. Growing in stature and confidence. He's the West Indies left-hand orthodox test bowler right now. Back, slaps it away behind the gully area, gets a single. That completes the over, 71 for 1. A former test off spinner has left. And street off spinners, he just said, has joined me, John Ramsing, our producer. Good afternoon, John. The spinners are on now. I know you're going to give us an update on that interesting game between the Windwards and Leewards. I thought the Windwards were chasing those runs, so let's hear from you.
Good afternoon once again, Matthew. Yes, I bowled off spin at the club level as well. Now we're seeing Gilzine opening up his shoulders, getting another boundary. First ball of a new over from Gurakesh Moti. So Gilzine now growing in confidence. Some 5-4s already in his innings. Giving good support to his captain. Look at this partnership, Matthew. 66 runs already. Full ball. And he just went through with a shot. Not timing it well, but got good enough connection. The Windward Islands, in reply to 382 for 9 declared, made by the Hurricanes. Innings ending at 353. 353 all out. Good comeback delivery from Moti. Let's give you some scores individually. Losing his shape as he's looking to hit Moti too hard. Looking to perhaps go down too long on. Losing his shape. Moti, look, he's done something to himself. Bringing his body, it seems. Let's have a look. Matthew, can you pick up anything? You know, when something he has done to himself and a physio is on his way out, when you're hitting balls, Matthew, range hitting and so on, it's better to get an edge than to miss, because the amount of power you put into it, if you miss, you tend to do something to yourself. And now this does not look good for Gilzine. There's already an injury scare for Bonner. As he gets some attention, let's run through that Windward Islands batting card. Like I mentioned, Hodge, like I said, 137. Alicatane is 128. Greaves, he had retired, hurt an 8, came back to be 12 not out, innings ending on 353. He replied to 382. So some 29 runs lead they give the Leeward Islands. And Leeward Islands batting a second time, 40 for the loss of 2. 40 for the loss of 2. Tomorrow is the final day. So they have an overall lead of 69 runs. Monson Hodge is on 14, Devon Thomas on 6. Batsmen dismissed, Kieran Powell 4, and Hakeem Saunders 11. And there's another game on as well. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Barbados Pride down at the Queen's Park Oval. TNT Red Force in their second innings, 185 all out. Remember, they got 203 in their first innings. Barbados Pride replied with 271. So 185 all out in their second innings. Barbados Pride will be chasing to win that one. Should work out the total in a little bit. Not a lot, however, because there was that 67-run deficit TNT had to wipe off. So 185 they made, so you have to take away 67 from that. So just over 100 there, Matthew.
I think around 119 to win, if my maths is correct.
So he's back, Gilzine, and ready to resume. Bold, is it? Oh, that was very close. We were sighted here, as you can see. Gilzine in front of us, but that's a good delivery from Gulakesh Mote. He had some pace on it. Quicker one from the left-arm spinner. Beat the bat, beat the wicket keeper. Byes signaled. Well bowled.
Yeah, excellent bowling. A little bit of damage done to his right foot. Maybe his hamstring, had to stretch it a bit. Got a little bit of an tangle with the delivery before. And that was very quick, and that just beat the off stump. Again, we would say his judgment impeccable. That right pad was just outside the off stump. He didn't hit it, went on straight. This time on the leg stump. You'll get a couple of runs here. Kevlon Anderson giving chase with his pads and helmet on. That's the end of the over, 77 for 1. But a good game, good batting display by both the winners and leavers in their first innings. Very good batting display indeed. Good scores from Atenays, and who's the other one, Carty? Batted well. Hodge, beg your pardon. Hundreds to both of them. So, good batting effort by the winners and leavers in that match. And now Trinidad being dismissed. So you still got tomorrow, so that should be an easy game, but you can never tell. That's what cricket is all about. In the meantime, here at Providence, the Scorpions, they're fighting. They're chasing a big total, but you just get the impression it's all about batting to attempt to save the game. You first have to think about a draw. And to think about a draw, you've got to bat long. Blackwood is attempting to do that. He's unbeaten on 33. Gilzine on 32.
The Windward Islands Volcanoes have certainly improved. Matthew Kisoon, last year they finished right down at the bottom of the points table without winning a single match. They went 2 encounters at the start of the season, drawing both of those. Then they got their first win right here at Providence. Anthony has got his first as captain. Batting very well against the Hurricanes, who finished second last year. Jamaica Scorpions finished 5th in the points table last year, only above the Volcanoes. TNT Red Force in 4th position. Guyana Harpy Eagles 3rd. The way the points table is now in this tournament after 3 rounds. Harpy Eagles on top, Volcanoes 2nd, Hurricanes 3rd, Pride 4th, Red Force 5th, and the Jamaica Scorpions right down at the bottom. So this is movements round. You'll see some adjustments As the over comes to an end, 80 for the loss of 1. Tomorrow morning, first of 3 T20 internationals, West Indies against South Africa, beginning 8 a.m. Guyana time. When we begin coverage at 10 a.m., but is expected to be the final day tomorrow at Providence. We'll be in the run chase, weather permitting and everything being equal, tomorrow in South Africa. 7 a.m. start in Jamaica time.
With the washed out game and then the 2 one-days, 1 apiece. Well, that's a nice shot. Down towards the boundary for 4. A strain outside the leg stump there, and Blackwood will pounce on that any day. And he played that nicely. He picked up another boundary. But you can see he's on the attack. Blackwood is not the guy you're going to keep down at all. He scores runs very quickly. He's a dangerous batter when he gets going. If he stays in there, he's going to score runs very quickly. Seven fours to Blackwood already. 6 fours to Gilzean. $89 boundaries and 1-6 in this match so far.
That was a very short and loose delivery from Gurukesh Moti and punished. Blackwood will not miss out. The test player. You can say Moti is a test bowler as well, but that was a long hop on any cricket field. 89 for the loss of 1.
Back to away, give himself room and crack that through the covers. Between cover and extra cover. And one of the things I like about Blackwood is that he's always a positive player. Yes, sometimes shot selection leaves a lot to be desired. He gets himself out in ways that he would have contributed to. Might not have always been the best bowling, but many times he gives his wicket away. Let the opposition work hard to get your wicket. You're a test player. You're the vice captain. Play well. Show that you're carrying the team on your shoulders. You're a responsible leader. You can bat. You've got the talent. You've been around for a while.
Steered away nicely. But will just be 1. Substitute fielder Shamar Joseph on the field. Runsford beaten, went off. Got a blow to his left arm while bowling. Trying to field a straight drive from Blackwood. It's been a long time, like you said. Blackwood made his debut against Guyana, right? At this level. That was way back in 2012. first saw him, very little man, like a jockey, playing lots of shots in the List A format. Came to Guyana, the likes of Xavier Marshall, Krishmar Santoki were around at that time. Of course, Nikita Miller. She's been around a long time, cricket. Just a single in that for Sami Pomolova. Score rolls up to 90 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, the runs are coming more freely now for these two players, Blackwood and Gilzine, with the spinners on. 368 required now to win the game. They've got time left in this match, 23 overs. The big scoreboard says, along with 90 a minimum. So 113 overs you're looking at. These two bat for a very long time. They can make those runs look a little bit easy to get, especially tomorrow. But Johnson will have other thoughts and other ideas, of course. Very shrewd captain down through the years. Held the Guyana side together for a number of years with good standard and good quality cricket. Nice shot through the offside.
We see Beaton is back on the field now.
We talk about Jermaine Blackwood, and remember when he started playing for the West Indies at test level, and then after a while he was dropped from the side, not considered. I thought maybe one of the problems there was the way he got himself out at test cricket level. Push for a single, because you expected better from him. You picked him the side as a batter, and his manner of dismissals it actually would have raised eyebrows in the Caribbean then, but now he's back in the side and vice captain as well. Shows that what he did when he came back and was playing cricket for his country, he had to get back to the drawing board, as we would say, to improve and develop himself and to be considered again for test cricket. And he has been. Again, he still has to keep working for better consistency. And he needs more runs on this belt. And needs to continue working hard. That's the end of the over, 92 for 1.
Averages 30.52 at the test level. Jermaine Blackwood. He has a partnership going with Gilzine, who's gone past him in this innings. Gilzine on 39, Blackwood 37. 37-37. Gilzine now at his career best score at this level. He had 32 in his debut knock against Barbados Pride in the first game, 9 in the second innings. From all starts and new over runs for Blackwood. Looking for the second, it's not on. Getting close to 100 now. Looking very easy at the crease. Gilzine and Blackwood. Good conditions continue to be here at Providence. Good afternoon once again, Indrajit.
Good afternoon, John. Hello, everybody. Yes, this is a partnership that is of great concern to Leon Johnson and his charges. There were some anxious moments, but Gilzine just looking better as the innings progresses. Jermaine Blackwood, he has mixed sound defense, good aggression, some good drives. And there is concern in the Harpy Eagles team as this partnership blossoms.
That's good work from Kevlin Anderson with the pads on, the shin pads. Saw him chasing earlier and looking a bit uncomfortable. That time he chased very quickly. Yes, he's now accustomed to the pads on his foot. Limits the batsman to just a single, but rotation in the strike nonetheless. Two right-handers, but two different type of right-handers. Gilzine a little taller, so has longer reach.
And more muscular as well. And I think as the innings progress and he stays there, we can very well see Gilzine going after the bowling too, because it's an exciting prospect. Early days for him, had his troubled moments. But he's batting against two West Indian spinners, Veerasamy Permaul and Moti. So this is a great test.
Permaul now 6 overs, none for 12. The champion left-arm spinner. The legend, they call him. 94 now for the loss of 1.
So what are the options now for Leon Johnson? His two seamers, 5 overs apiece, and now his two spinners, Moti and Permaul, 6 overs apiece. At some time, he might be thinking, let me try that off spinner in Kevin Sinclair. But I guess the spinners are doing a good job so far. They're just looking for this breakthrough. Should not be stressful that Blackwood and Gilzine are still there, because they're working on a game plan, and I think the field setting is good. It just takes one good delivery to change the whole complexion.
Backing away, opening the face of the bat. Chases on for Permaul. And just within the battle, the ball. Just waiting on that one. And opening the face of the bat at the last moment. You can see taking the ball out of the gloves of the keeper. Well played. Runs again for the Jamaica Scorpions.
That was a brilliant shot by Gilzine. Almost took that one up from the top of the stumps. But he placed it well between the silly point and the solitary slip. He has gone past Jermaine Blackwood.
The first 100 around the corner for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Gilzine for the first time in his first-class career into the 40s. Early days yet for the young man. Kirk McKenzie, the West Indies under 19, former West Indies under 19 player, missing out. Leroy Lugg kept his place in the side. New opening batsman. New opening partner for Lugg. Batting with his captain. He had his anxious moments at the start of his innings, but he has weathered the storm, and here he is. It was always that new ball threat that he had to see off, really, Beaton and Smith. Smith 5 overs, none for 30. Runs for Beaton. Who got the early wicket of Leroy Lugg. 5 overs, 1 for 32. Out of the attack, and now the pair of left-arm spinners from Albion in control, operating in tandem. But kind of easy going still for the Scorpions.
Yes, no scary moments whatsoever. I mean, Moti and Permaul, they haven't bowled badly, but they have not been able to induce any false shot, really. And this will run close towards the boundary and will not get there. Smith chased all the way. And they actually got 3 runs in the process.
100 on the board now for Jamaica Scorpions at the end of 23 overs. 101 for 1.
And this will bring a lot of comfort to the Jamaica Scorpions. In their match against the Volcanoes, it was 101 for 10. Today, in their second innings against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 101 for the loss of 1. Still 357 runs away from a win. Still time remaining this afternoon. Still a whole day to go tomorrow. And we have seen the fluctuating fortunes of this lovely game of cricket over the years. And the weather continues to be kind.
In the first innings right here in this match, there were 64 for 9. Eventually, they got to 115. Thanks to Nicholson Gordon, career best 22 not out, and Darvell Green, who got 42. So that will be fresh in their minds, but they can forget about that. We have a start here now, 101 for 1. It's a big task ahead of us, but taking it in baby steps. So you have the new ball threat. Get to 100, get to 200, and let's go.
Yes, now, for the right-handed Gilzine, the silly point has been taken away. Maybe just trying to prevent Gilzine from getting the early single in the over. Pramal might be wondering, John, what else can I do? It was a quicker delivery. And Gilzine looking to play the cut shot very close to the line of the off stump. And he's lucky to not have gotten an edge onto that one.
In his 133rd match at the first-class level for Samuel Pamal. Still 33 years of age. Record holder for the most wickets at a regional level. "17 already in the tournament before coming here. 3 in the first innings, so 20 wickets to the left-arm spinner. Where was Gilzine going there? Ball was played straight to the fielder at backward point, and who pounced on it quickly as well, threatened to throw. Gilzine had to scamper back. Got here in the end, and a maiden bowled by Versamy Pamal. 101 for 1.
Yes, and Veerasamy Pramal continued to serve Guyana and West Indies cricket well over the years. At one time, he partnered the leg spinner Devendra Bishu, known as the Albion Spin Twins. In a different era, he's partnering Gudakesh Moti. And Moti can do well to continue to learn from this guy. Year after year, he has been picking up wickets at the regional level. And there's no doubt he's going to definitely go past that 600 regional wicket at some time in his career.
Change of bowling. Gudakesh Moti out of the attack. 7 overs, none for 24. Off spin for the first time in the form of Kevin Sinclair. Sinclair 3 against Barbados, 2 against the Windward Islands, and 1 against TNT Red Force. None so far in this game. First bowl of this match. Did not bowl in the first innings when 4 bowlers were just needed.
And both of them, they have to be very careful here with Sinclair. Not a big spinner of the ball, can get the faster one through. Yes, and he's acknowledging there John Gilzine. Good ball. In fact, it's Jermaine Blackwood, I beg your pardon. And when you can get a nod from the test player, that's good motivation.
Sinclair, when he started at this level, was very quick and flat. Now we're seeing him working in his variety, giving the ball some flight, allowing the ball to spin as well.
Will we see Blackwood nodding again? He walks away. Has an exciting nod when you look at him shaking that head. Good start by Sinclair. Different bowler altogether from the left arm spinners.
But it's a moral victory for the Jamaica Scorpions pair at the crease. They've negated the new ball threat. Gurukesh Moti in and out of the attack now. And not a bowler in.
Absolutely so. And this is what you do. They took their chances, especially Blackwood. He looked to attack the bowling. He realized that it doesn't make sense there to push and prod. Invented a few shots off the back foot, and it has paid off.
Single off Kevin Sinclair's first over. And will be time for drinks here at Providence. 1 hour in the final session completed. Jamaica Scorpions beginning the session on 28 for 1. They've progressed nicely to 102 without 40 loss. Jermaine Blackwood, the captain, is on 39. Devin Gilzine, career best 45 for him so far. A partnership of 92. Still away by some 355 runs from that victory target. We'll take a drinks break as well. We'll be back in a few minutes.
So it's 102 for the loss of 1. Jamaica Scorpions still looking for 356 if they're going to score a win here against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Virasamy Pamal will continue as we move towards the end of the day's play. Some 18 overs remaining so far. And the Harpy Eagles badly want a breakthrough here. Can they get it? Blackwood and Gilzine are well set in the middle. Good afternoon to you, Clyde. This is going to be a period that maybe sets this game up for either an early day tomorrow or a Jamaica Scorpion great fight back attacking that targeted score.
Well, if you're a betting man, you wouldn't bet on the Scorpions winning this game. But having said that, the way how they've batted in this period certainly shows that they're capable of scoring 400 runs in the second innings. Both batters out in the middle has batted well. Once the new ball went, things got fairly easy for them. Even with the seamers bowling, they were able to score against them. So the spinners have not been as penetrative as we know have been. They've been steady without bothering the batters really. So I think that's important, and I'm sure the Jamaica captain who is out in the middle would be telling his batters, look, things are not as bad as it looked. Yes, we are chasing a huge total, but we can bat and we can bat out this afternoon and bat all day tomorrow if it comes to that.
And Gilzine knows that he's on his way to a half century. He has gotten 45 so far. Good on drive. That will certainly bring him at least a single. His highest score previously was 32, and that was when he made his debut against Barbados. Against Barbados in Antigua. He scored 32 and 9. So this is his third innings at regional 4-day cricket. And you see there, Clyde, even the ball was pitched up by Virasamy Pamal, allows Blackwood to get on the back foot. 104 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, it's not really spinning a great deal. Yes, there might be a little bit of a low bounce, but it's not spinning a great deal. It's a bit slow, come off the pitch slow. So the batsman can go right back and look to work the ball. And when the bowler now decides he's got to bring it even fuller, then they can come forward and stroke them away. So interesting day it has been, and it will continue to be, and it could be even more interesting tomorrow.
Can we get a thriller tomorrow? Well, so far it has been good for the Jamaica Scorpions. Good partnership between these two, worth 94 so far, and they will want to continue. At some time this afternoon, Johnson will very well be thinking about bringing back his two faster men. They have gotten a good rest.
I'm sure we're going to see them sometime before the afternoon is finished, and maybe use them from the northern end.
And they will be coming back with the sheen taken away from the ball, because this is the 27th over. And look, Gilzine has scored quite a few runs driving to that mid-on region. And he has been able to get off the strike, put another run in the scorebook against his name. He knows that he has a good chance in getting a half century here. And that was a shot he was trying to get it through backward square maybe. Could have taken some bat onto it too. In fact, the umpire signaling byes. So he didn't get anything onto that one. But it's still 4 more runs to Jamaica.
Yes, and they would welcome those as well. Ball that was pitched leg stump going forward down the leg side, looking to sweep it behind square, missed it completely. Bounced a little as well, bounced fairly high, and went past the wicketkeeper. 4 byes.
So this is the second over for Kevin Sinclair, the right arm off spinner. Just a little bit of torn this time we've seen from Sinclair.
What I like here about him is he's bowling much slower than we have seen him in previous years, looking to give the ball some flight, looking to get it to turn. But just when he gets it to turn, he just angle it down a little too much down that leg side. He needs to keep bowling, plugging away outside off stump and let it turn into the right-hander.
And just like you said there, once again straying down the leg side and is going to go and kiss that rope now. We shall await the signal from the umpire. More buys.
And that was flat, it was a little quicker and turning as it pitched with the angle, going further down the leg side. The wicketkeeper coming across, got bounce as well, and went further away.
Yes, and Tevin Imlach there, you feel sorry for him because there wasn't anything he could have done, overshadowed. Beautiful Jamaica flag flopping away in the distance. Some local trees here. There's the golden arrowhead too, the national flag of Guyana. And both these countries, whenever you see those flags and you're a native of either one, you get some goosebumps, Clyde. That's love of country.
It is. And who doesn't love the country?
Lovely scene as we come down to the cold of the evening on the third day in this four-day championship match. And the Jamaican national flag has every reason to dance some reggae there because their boys are doing well. This partnership has been good so far.
There's that bounce again. But it's slow bounce as he went back. He was able to adjust as it bounced and just to push it out on the offside. But it's encouraging for the bowlers that we're seeing that bounce now. This time it's well taken down the leg side by Imlach, having to skip across outside leg stump.
Yes, it's a different innings and how life can be different. When Pramal bowled in the first innings when he was introduced, he got 3 wickets very, very quickly. And he's going over the top there. Has he gotten enough? It will go down towards the boundary, and that's 4 runs. And that's the first half-century for Tevin Gilzine in regional 4-day cricket in only his second match. Congratulations to him. Well played.
Well, the mid-on was back at long on before. And I think that brought the man up. And he decided, once you bring the man up, I'm going to go over the top. So he's being positive. He's trying to make sure that Leon Johnson doesn't keep his field in, so that if the field is up, he's going to go over the top. If it goes out, he'll just try and work the ball in his gaps for singles. Well played, though. He started out struggling against his faster bowlers, looked to be in lots of trouble, but now he's settled in, and he's playing a wonderful innings for his country. As
Yes.
this time he's sweeping fine 4 more runs.
Yes, and Pramal straying badly down the leg side. And this should be of concern to Leon Johnson. He is 50 from 88 deliveries. And in that time, he smacked 8 boundaries to get there. Had to battle through a difficult period with the speedsters in operation. That's Niall Smith and Beaton, especially Beaton. So he has come out trump. His thinking now is to get to 3 figures. Once again, scoring runs down towards the backward square. So wherever you are in Jamaica, whatever village he is from, I know the entire Jamaica will feel happy, especially the village in which he lives.
Or tongue.
Yes.
Yeah, Kingston, maybe.
So 28 overs gone. It's 122 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, not over from Veerasamy Parmar. Not as tight as we know he normally is. that last over being hit over the top, then hit down to fine leg. So 2 boundaries going in that over, and not as tight as he normally is. And certainly the Scorpions are stinging a little bit at the moment. They're looking positive, they're looking to score. They're not playing any wild shot, mind you, but they're still scoring. And you look at that run rate, 4.36. That's a high run rate in 4-day cricket.
It is, and that will tell you the nature of their batting. And the line that Premal, especially Premal, has bowled, and Moti too, they'll have to correct that. So Kevin Sinclair, just 2 runs coming off his 2 overs. Tevin Gilzine will continue battle with the right arm off spinner.
Just 2 runs, but guilty about bowling down the leg side. Bowling, and 2, we had 2-4 buys. So he's just got to keep concentration, keep plugging away just outside that half stump.
Better linked that time, and the line was good as well. But Gilzine seems to be very, very comfortable to the spinners. And once again, just straying down that leg side. His control needs to be improved here, Kevin Sinclair. Allowing the batsman to get onto the back foot, and with the slow nature of the pitch, turning it in that direction is not difficult. So Gilzine and Blackwood, in partnership out in the middle, has kept the Guyana Harpy Eagles at bay. They have not been able to make further inroads. It was a long time ago that Leroy Lugg was sent back in, caught at the wicket by Imlach off beaten for 10. The over has come to an end, 122 for the loss of 1.
122 for the loss of 1. Still 336 runs to get for a victory. Or the Guyana Harpy Eagles need another 9 wickets for victory, and maybe 8. You're not sure. We're not sure whether Bonner will be able to bat. He's been off the field for quite some time. Apparently he has a little hamstring, and that can be difficult to bat with. But I'm sure if his team requires him out to the end of the innings, he will be out there to try and give his team as much support as possible. So, good afternoon to you, Matthew. Interesting afternoon's play so far, isn't it?
Good cricket. Good afternoon, Clyde. Hello to everyone. Not a gripping day of cricket.
Well, and as myself and Inderjeet was thinking, the fast bowler will have to come at some time. And we're seeing Beaton is going to be coming from the northern end. He's had 5 overs before, 1 for 32. A bit expensive, but he caused some problems. He gave both batsmen some problems with the new ball. Probably bowled a little too full at times, but he did give the batters some trouble.
And we were wondering at one time if Tevin Gilzine could have played the fast bowling. Look what he's got now, 56 he's played. He was able to play them out and then play the spinners comfortably well.
He's still out there and he's fighting.
But look, the Scorpions obviously are aware of Bonner's situation. Hence, a big effort from Blackwood, the captain, and this young man, Gilzine, giving good support. Well, he's led in terms of the runs in the partnership. Blackwood is on 40. But what a nice partnership. This is what you want from cricket. Isn't this why red ball cricket is so wonderful, Clyde Butts? Look at that partnership.
Cricket is a wonderful game. Whether it's red ball, white ball, whatever game it is, a wonderful game to be played. It's understanding the game and playing to your ability. Sometimes you have to dig harder than sometimes. Sometimes things would go your way and next time it won't, but those are the times you have to fight through.
So Beaton is back. But this time he's bowling from the media center end, which is the north end of Providence. Tomorrow promises to be an interesting game. The scoreboard says 14 overs left in the day's play, so we still got about an hour to go here. I thought Kevin Imlach give away a couple of buys down the left side to Kevin Sinclair's bowling.
But there were balls that were turning and bouncing. It seems to me like there is some footmark outside the leg stump, and you could understand that right-arm fast bowler's been bowling for 2.5 to 2 3/4 days, so there will be some footmarks outside of that right-hander's leg stump. And pitching in that area, the ball did bounce and turn as well. And maybe we'll see one of our spinners when they come back go and bowl left arm over the wicket to try and hit those rough, make the batsman think a little different, especially Moti, who is a little taller than Pamal. Edged. Did it carry to 4 slip? I think it may have done. Leon Johnson there failing to hold on to that one. He's a good catcher in the slip. This time it was a delivery that was just slightly short from Beaton. On or about the off stump, had to play at it. Got the edge. Carried comfortably to Leon Johnson at 4 slip. It's a catch that he would take every time, every other time. This time, just floored him.
It's a bad miss by the Harpy Eagles there, and it's the Scorpions captain as well. Wow. And the thing is, Clyde, that's why you would have brought Beaton back on, because you know that he bowled very well from this end, the south end, and you brought him back to get that wicket, to break that partnership. And that went straight to Johnson to his right, got both hands to it, popped out. It's a big miss there by the RP Eagles, but still a lot of runs required, 334. I was going down the leg side. Came through for the leg by. But a stubborn partnership here. Very stubborn partnership. 115 runs from 179 balls.
I like the length that Beaton has come back and started to bowl. He's hitting the deck and hitting the deck hard. Forcing the batsman to play. I think that's important. Make them play. Gilzine covering up nicely right behind that last delivery, pushing it back up the pitch. That was a good over from Beaton, coming back in his first over. Second spell, got the edge of Blackwood's bat and was floored at slip.
28 for 1 at T. Still 1 wicket in that column. Inside the stumps and turns it into the leg side. Gilzine had to get himself in after that shaky, nervous start to the fast bowlers in Smith and Beaton. And when he got over them and the spinners came on, looks to pull that around the corner. Let's wait for any signal from the umpire. Leg by.
I think Sinclair just needs to be a little bit more patient. He seems to want things to happen with every delivery, hence he's bowling those deliveries down the leg side. He's just got to be a little bit more patient, I think. Just keep working away, get the balls in the right area. And I think if you get the ball in the right area, you will get a little bit more support from his captain as well, thinking that if you can keep bringing the batsman on the front foot to deliveries just about on or off stump, he may be able to come and say, bring the man from cover and put him in front of the bat on the offside.
Outside edge into the offside. That's not where he intended that shot. Or that ball to go. Playing that shot. On the back foot this time. That's the end of the over. 128 for 1. $118 the partnership is worth so far. Scoreboard says what? Is it 13 overs remaining in the day's play? That's what the big scoreboard says. Locke, the only man to be dismissed for 10. The score was 10 for 1 then. That was a long time ago. Good testing period for the Harpy Eagles as well with ball in hand. You've got to read the game well. These two guys have gotten in. They're in touch. We've still got to play hard cricket. See some youngsters in the red stand. They're cricketers, I make it. Young cricketers in the Georgetown area. Played away into the offside. They come back for 2. Inching towards a half century is Jermaine Blackwood. He's been a bit more patient in this innings. Started with some nice boundaries, some lovely shots.
A bit more patient in this innings. Did he have a first innings? Think he got 1 ball? There is that man sweeping on the offside. Beaton looks to be running in with nice rhythm. Probably this over he hasn't been as consistent as he was in the previous over. Just seems to be trying hard. I think when you're looking for a wicket, sometimes you can try that hard and just stray a little. He's bringing in the short leg now, so it's obvious he's thinking about attacking. a little straighter. Probably going to bowl one or two short deliveries. Let's see if it's a bluff or if he's actually going to use the short ball against Gilzine. Well, it's not a bluff. You could definitely see he was charging in there and did give him a short ball, but it wasn't directed straight. It was outside the off stump, and he was looking at the plate away on the offside. So I think this could be good thinking as well by the captain and Beaton. Let's attack him a little. I'll give you 3-4 quick overs. Put some pressure on the batters.
This time he got it away for 4. The 9th boundary of the match. Just 1-6 that was hit by Log. And nice shot to Tevin Gilzine. Look at that shot again. Up on his toes. Opens the face, guides it away nicely down behind point for a boundary.
Just I think the plan here by Beaton is whether it's the right one or not, but what he's doing, he's trying to bowl too short at it. His direction, I think, is the problem. He's got to try and bowl it a little straighter at him. Don't give him that width to play over point or down to third man. Bowl him a little straighter, see what happens. See how he handles it.
That's the end of the over. 135 for 1.
That last delivery again going in that direction. So maybe Ian Johnson could be thinking, well, I could have a slip and 2 gullies maybe instead of just having 2 slip and 1 gully, because that area he seems to be playing those deliveries. Pitch is not as quick as you would have liked probably, but or when you're attacking like that and bowling short, you probably need the pitch to be a little quicker. And with the pitch not as quick as you would have liked, maybe 2 gullies instead of the 1 gully, maybe a better against Gilzine at this time.
Yeah, no doubt he's looked very comfortable to the spin. A bit more comfortable to the spinners than the fast bowlers, of course. He's picked up a number of his runs against them. From all 9 overs done for 23, Moti 7 overs done for 24. Now Sinclair is in his 5th over.
That's the sort of length and line that Sinclair needs to bowl. I think he's just trying too hard. Just have to be patient. You just have to be patient. Things can happen for you.
This is the 21st over of spin by the Harpy Eagles. 12 overs of pace.
That's well bowled. That's beautifully bowled. Outside off stump, turning in and bouncing a little. Probably just bouncing over the stumps as well. But beautifully bowled by Sinclair. And that's why I said he has to be patient, because that's the area he needs to be bowling. Just outside the off stump, turning into the right-handers. Keep the pressure on. Don't give them those free, easy runs down the leg side.
Beaton will continue 1 for 40. We're heading down to the end of day 3.
Going, Beck.
3 good days of cricket at the National Stadium at Providence. Few spectators on hand in the red stand, in the green stand. Tomorrow being Saturday, and the final day of this match. Outside the leg stump, it'll be good for some of the school kids to come in and just maybe watch whatever is left of the game tomorrow. And tomorrow promises to be very interesting as well, because when you look at this partnership of 125 between these two, it says a lot about the grit and determination shown by the Scorpions at the top here in their innings. Second go at it, big score to get, never back down. Good bumper. Had to get out of the way, swayed back. Nice testing delivery from Ronsford Beaton in his 8th over. It's been a little bit expensive, but he's bringing down that economy rate. Nice. 6 fours and what? 1-6 hit off of him so far in terms of boundaries. Niall Smith, 5 fours from his spell. That's well bowled. Cramp for room.
Beaton is certainly working up some pace here now. He's really charging in. Probably deciding, well, look, there's just over half an hour left to play this afternoon. My captain has entrusted me with the ball. I'm going to bowl 4 or 5 overs, and I'm going to try and run in and bowl as quickly as I possible. That was well-directed short delivery, coming back into the right-hander.
Current run rate is good, 4.01. So 323 needed. I probably won't be at the back of the Scorpions' mind at this time. It's all about staying out there and batting to the close. These two, if they can do so. Again, that shot behind point for 4, another boundary. He's playing that shot a little bit often now and picking up a couple of valuable boundaries for his side. Tevin Gilzine moves to 64 now. The width, the bounce, and he played it well. A bouncer to end the over. At the end of it, 139 for 1. $19 extras in the inning so far, so quite a bit of extras given away here. 10 byes, 4 leg byes, and 5 no balls. 34 overs completed in the innings. Steady going by Gilzine and Blackwood. Putting up good resistance, showing that they can bat. And they can play well in the difficult moments that Gilzine would have had at the top of the start of his innings. And Blackwood as well, as Kevin Sinclair continues. Drive through extra cover. And that's gone for 4. That's a good shot. That's his 50. 50 runs from 95 balls, 9 fours. Jermaine Blackwood, the captain, showing why he's a test player.
It's been a good innings from Jermaine Blackwood. Started out being positive against the faster bowlers. Then when the spinners came on, he showed patience. He decided that he was going to bat and bat along. His country needed him to bat. And he certainly played a wonderful innings here for his country. It's not over yet. He still has to bat some more. But I'm sure he'll be thinking if the 2 batters out in the middle can battle the afternoon, certainly we'll be giving Jamaica Scorpions a chance of either winning the game or saving the game.
Would you go for saving the game first and then winning?
I think if you're scoring, you're batting positive, you tend to get an option of winning the game late or see how the game goes and look to win fourth. Then you look to save the game if the possibility of winning is not there. But having said that, I think Jamaica's got more pride to play for because they're not in the competition and they probably wouldn't want to lose either. They would love to win, but they probably wouldn't want to lose either. Whereas the Harp Eagles has all to play for. They have got to keep the pressure on. They've got to keep attacking. They've got to keep looking to take wickets. Turning down the leg side. He's getting the ball to spin and bounce, but only when he pitches it on or about leg stump. And that line is basically not where he wants to bowl. If he's going to bowl that line as well, he would then have to think about changing his field. Put a leg slip in and force the batsman to play. And then maybe you'll see the batsman just padding out. So he's got to be careful. He's got to understand what he's doing and decide where his attack is going to be.
Yeah, I think he's picked up some wickets with that kind of strategy before. Looking for the batsman to just look to play down the leg side and get the nick taken by the keeper. So it has to be good keeping as well. So that strategy, that ploy by Kevin Sinclair. 143 for 1. 8 overs left in the day's play, says the scoreboard. That's the big scoreboard to our right. But certainly battle won by the Scorpions should these 2 go to bed tonight. Battle won, that initial stage, won by the Scorpions.
But we've just got to be careful. Still 8 overs to go. Anything could happen. And Beaton is certainly bowling with the tails up. He's bowling with some fire. You get one, you know what can happen. Floodgates could open.
Eleven fours to Gilzine and 9 boundaries to Blackwood.
I think Leon Johnson here, instead of having that point right on the boundary, maybe could look to bring him around a little to his left and in a little because Gilzine is looking to play those bouncing deliveries in that area and maybe a fly slip could be a good man at this moment. I haven't said that he bowled the next delivery down the leg side. So, there it is.
But you can see he's trying hard. That's the thing about your fast bowler. Come in and bowl. Yes, you may get a couple wrong in terms of the line, but keep trying.
I like the effort. He's putting in some real effort here. He's trying to get a wicket for his skipper and his country. Really trying hard.
Funny enough, if you come back out tomorrow to bat and only one wicket has fallen and you've got to get under 300 runs to win, that would be a very interesting day, Clyde Butts.
Bowling, man. Now you're bowling.
And a good short delivery from Beaton, certainly giving the batsman some trouble. That was a delivery that was short, bound, and well directed as well. What a delivery. Well bowled by Beaton. Certainly the effort by Beaton in this spell is admirable. He's bowling with some pace. He's causing the batsman some trouble. And we've been saying this pitch lacked pace and bounce. But we've certainly seen Beaton waking it up this afternoon. What a reply. What a reply by Gilzine. Going for the Yorker Beaton. Gilzine equal to the task, stroking it nicely back past the bowler. 4 runs. Good looking shot and good batting by Gilzine.
End of the over, 149 for 1. Early on, Clyde, intimidated by good fast bowling at the start of his innings. Now, Gilzine looks a much better player. He's 69 from 115, Blackwood 51 from 101 deliveries. More from Clyde, and then it will be Inderjeet.
Yes, and even now he's still bothered by the fast bowling, as we have seen Beaton working up some pace, giving him some trouble, but he's not throwing his wicket away. He's standing up out there, he's batting, he's fighting, he's battling for himself and his team. And the score is 149 for 1. So what a partnership this has been. This has been a wonderful partnership for the Scorpions. And I think the Eagles will just have to regroup a bit, because I just feel that Jamaica is scoring a little too quickly at the moment. When you're scoring at 4.14 consistently, that tends to put you under pressure, feeling under pressure.
Yes, and this is a great recovery by the men from the land of wood and water, Jamaica. And they're certainly making Leon Johnson and his teammates rethink their strategies here. Great partnership worth 139 so far. You look at that drive, it's a man with great confidence in Blackwood. And Clyde, I just want to read a little release from the Guyana Cricket Board, and it concerned preparation for the Guyana under-15 team. It says that the Guyana under-15 team to begin encampment on March 25, 2023, that's tomorrow. Straight down the leg side and is going to pay the penalty. And Kevin Sinclair has gone down the leg side once too often, and it's easy picking there. Says that the Guyana under-15 team is scheduled to begin encampment on Saturday, March 25, 2023. This is in preparation for Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Regional Under-15 Tournament, scheduled for Antigua and Barbuda from April 2 to April 13, 2023.
I wish them all best of luck. I trust they will have a really nice encampment. Things would work for them. They would work hard, and to ensure that they get into the final 11 as well. Final 15, I would think, for tour, to go on tour. And they'll be very competitive, I hope. I wish the coach, manager, and everybody involved all the best.
Yes, and during the encampment period, The team will play 2 practice matches on Sunday, March 26 and Tuesday, March 28 at the Everest Cricket Ground before ending the camp on March 29. This is good batting. They continue to work the ball around. Just want to repeat that Guyana under 15 team that will be heading to Antigua and Barbuda. Dave Mahabir is the captain. Romario Ramdial vice captain. Navin Budwa, Adrian Hetmaya, Arun Gainda, Danish Pasod, Zandan Rose, Razam Kubir, scoring runs through the onside, and Sohail Mohammed, he's a wicketkeeper in the team, Jonathan Mentor, Shane Prince, Arif Khan, Emmanuel Lewis, and Trilok Nanan. That makes up the touring party for the Guyana under 15 team. Best wishes from all of us here. Clyde, I join you in that. We want our boys to do well. "37 overs gone. Scorpions 156 for the loss of 1. Kevin Sinclair, 7 overs, none for 15. Looking for a wicket here. But this partnership between these two has surely given the Eagles headache. Hello to you, John Ramsing, 156 for the loss of 1. Look at that. Gilzine 74 in his second match. Blackwood 53. Locked in battle here and taking the fight to the bowlers.
Hello, Indrajit. The target is just 302 runs away now. I was saying that they can take it in sessions, 108 runs per session. And if they do that successfully for 4 sessions, they will come from behind and win this game easily. Jamaica Scorpions, they're on course. Nice partnership bringing them back.
Yes, and this is threatening indeed. And Beaton we've seen striving for the extra pace. Some real testing short pitch bowling, especially to Gilzine. But Gilzine has come out of that with flying colors, got hit on the gloves one time, popped a catch that was away from the short backward point area. Had his problems, but he's a brave man battling it out.
And word on Nkrumah Bonner is that if a wicket goes down now, he will be able to bat because he spent 2 hours already waiting for his opportunity. So he can come now if the Jamaica Scorpions so desire, if a wicket should go down.
That's great news for cricket. Great news for the Jamaica Scorpions team. Had a little niggling hamstring injury, and good that the guy has recovered from that and can bat for his team. And these two are laying that foundation at the moment. Well, John, they say you might think that you have the match covered. Look at it now. A partnership has been put together. Both these guys, they're in sight of getting hundreds. Blackwood is there, he's on 53. Gilzine has played so well for his 74. And the Scorpions, they will feel that this is great motivation for them. And once it gets below that 300 on the last day with wickets in hand, and by nature they are aggressive players, anything could happen. But this man is bowling his heart out, Runsford beaten. Yes, and another one has gone through the slips, through the fingers of Leon Johnson. Big drive by Jermaine Blackwood. And the Guyanese skipper, for the second time, has spilled a catch in the slip at 4 slip position. There is where he normally takes some blinders. Well, he got it into the palm of the hands and spilled it. Should have been taken.
By the standards of Leon Johnson, yes, that should have been taken. Was to his left. He went reverse cup, diving away. Got both hands to it. But with the extra pace of Beaton and that full-blooded drive from Blackwood, the ball coming out of his hand. They tend to stick sometimes, and then they go flying through as well.
Captain's generosity to captain. Twice, the Guyanese skipper putting down edge shots from Blackwood, the Jamaican Scorpion skipper. Well, they say catches win matches, and if you're not going to take them, you might very, very well lose some matches because of that.
Runs coming too easy now for the Jamaica Scorpions from a Harpy Eagle standpoint. Scorpions wouldn't mind at all. They're enjoying this passage of play. Best for them in terms of batting since tea to now.
And you're right about that, John. That run rate, 4.18, 158 for the loss of one. When you look at those figures by Tevin Gilzine, 74 runs, 118 balls. That's good batting in 4-day cricket. And Jermaine Blackwood, 55 from 110. He too has played well. When Gilzine was having his problems, it was Blackwood who came to the rescue. He was the one driving and scoring runs. Gilzine settled down, and now he has overtaken Blackwood.
To maintain a scoring rate of over 4 runs and over in a 4-day game shows that run scoring is very easy. The weather that early storm from Smith and Beaton, now they're having it their way. Lots of boundaries coming as well.
Yeah, so Moti has been brought back into the attack, replacing Kevin Sinclair, who had 7 overs, none for 15, 2 were maidens. So Johnson is saying here this afternoon, I need something. Moti, you're the test bowler. Come and give me one. There's a slip and a silly point. Good bounce this time by Godakesh Moti. And we're yet to see Niall Smith on a second spell. Maybe he might very well replace Beaton from the top end.
Well, he had an extended opening spell, 3 overs before tea. Came back right after tea, bowled 2 more. So, because of that break, technically you can say it's a second spell.
And look, Gilzine has played well. Once the man from backward point comes into silly point, he scores the single at will between the slip and the silly point, getting on the back foot. So he has sorted out a way in rotating the strike. That's good awareness level.
Sinclair, just too quick through the air, and now replaced by Godakesh Moti. Lots of balls down the leg side. 2 that went by to go for 4 byes as well, beating the wicket keeper. So extras playing its part, 19 so far in this innings. Moti come back over, just a single, 159 for 1.
And this is a huge partnership in the context of the game. And it's worth 149, 1 away from 150. When they get there, it's good to say congratulations, well done, but remind them too, the job is not yet done. There is still work to do. And runs for Beaton will continue, 1 for 52. Another short delivery heading towards the body, and he got enough on the bat to get it through down towards the long leg and picking up a boundary. So the partnership worth 153 so far, coming with a boundary. Well done, lads.
Another short ball on the line of the leg stump, just outside the line of the leg stump. There we see Gilzine looking to hook on the under part of the bat. There's a leg slip there and Tejan right Chandapal, just in the V of your monitor. And it went to his right and safely into the boundary.
And he hooked that one around with the ball heading towards his face. He has handled the short ball very well. There were one or two anxious moments, but other than that, he has gone down below, allowed some to go by. Like I said, got one on the wrist, and then he popped one, but generally. And Beaton continues to pepper him with the short balls. Mindful, maybe just putting a short mid-off, because twice if there was a short mid-off, catches would have been taken off the short ball. We haven't seen that.
Using the pace nicely and just ramping it over the slip cordon. One bounce before Sherman Blackwood. I'll tell you what, Inderjeet, that's 19 fours now in this innings.
Look at this shot. Under and over the slip cordon. Deliberate shot. Great shot from Jermaine Blackwood. And that partnership continues to mount.
In fact, it's 25 fours in this innings with that one. It means 100 runs in fours to go with that 1-6 score by Leroy Lugg. So already 106 out of 168 in boundaries. Way too many boundary balls.
Yes, too many for the short span of 40 overs that they are in. And the Jamaicans have capitalized. Once there is a scoring opportunity, they have gone after it. It's not a case where they come out here and say, block, wait for tomorrow, preserve my wicket. They realize it's important, come out there, play every ball on its merit. And of course, John, they took their chances. And, they have come up trump so far.
We cannot say the same for Guyana. Harp Eagles taking the chances. Chances going down. This is good batting, good counter attack from the Scorpions. Full this time and work through the onside. The chase is on, but I think he's not going to win that race. We need to go to champs in Jamaica to get a lesson or two in sprinting. 172 now for the loss of one. Another boundary ball served up.
Yes, and another fine shot indeed. And Blackwood now beginning to get back into the rhythm he was. There was a little lull while Tevin Gilzane was doing the scoring. And now Blackwood just getting back into the thick of things. Maybe conscious of being put down twice. Those things play on your mind. Put that behind of you and continue to bat on. And he's doing a fine job. Now Beaton has lost his line here. Previously, he was close to the line of the off stump. 40 overs gone, 174 for the loss of one. And look at that. Jamaica Scorpions require 284 runs to win this game. They have brought it down below that 300. And if these two can stay there until the close of play, look out, tomorrow we might very well have a thriller.
3 overs to go in the day's play. At the rate they're going, they can get another 15 runs. And if the Guyana Harp Eagles are looking for some motivation, this is the man they must call upon, Moti.
We just have to add the vision there.
Driving in the air, Niall Smith misfielding, and this time will allow the single. Gilzine was sent back by Blackwood, realizing that the ball went straight to the fielder. But then, with the fumble, called him through for the single. So, not helping themselves, like you said earlier. Not a lapse in the outfield.
Not good enough at all. And batting looks so easy out in the middle there. Not great turn from this pitch. And the batters are able to get on the back foot and the front foot without any problem. Just like that. On the back foot, no problem whatsoever. And scoring through the onside. Jermaine Blackwood. He knows that Jamaica, we've been saying, the land of wood and water. And lots of woods there, John. The bat in his hand as well, piece of wood. And you look at Gilzine off the back foot, getting deep in the crease and playing those shots. Very comfortable, 176 for the loss of one. Yeah, so Virasamy Premal has been reintroduced. Premal, 9 overs, none for 23. Johnson is calling on his senior left-arm spinner. Give me one more wicket. Must be saying too, if he edges, I'm going to take this one in the slip.
20 wickets to the left-arm spinner this season so far, including 3 in the first innings. This pitch has not helped the spinners at all. 3 to Pamal, 1 to Mansingh. So just 4 of the wickets to tumble in this match. Going to the slow bowlers, the spinners. All pace. But with just 2 pacers in this Harpy Eagles lineup, Moti and Pamal will have to do a lot of bowling, pick up lots of wickets. If the Guyana Harpy Eagles will win this one. So far, the Jamaica Scorpions have done nothing wrong in their second innings, chasing a big total.
That big total John is talking about is 458. So what Jamaica needs to do now, just forget about that 458 and think about that 282. It looks much better.
So at the start of this session, I was saying that the average score per session to win the game was 108. They've brought it down. Let's say there's no more to be scored for the rest of the afternoon to 94 per session tomorrow. But of course, they will get runs to make that even a lower average in terms of runs per session tomorrow. So if they can think about that, statistically, it is possible.
So 3 things are not going well for the Harpy Eagles so far in this innings. 1, they have not been able to stop the free-scoring Jamaicans. They've been scoring their runs at a hectic rate. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. That's a beauty from Premal. Secondly, they have not been able to penetrate the Jamaican batting. That last wicket of Lug going a long time ago when the score was on 10. And third, they have not managed to take their chances. So 3 things against them, and that could be devastating.
Maiden on comeback from Pamal. Score remains 176 for the loss of 1.
So 1 over remain in the day's play. They close off at 5:30. Whether they'll get another one is a different story. But Jamaica from here on, unless a wicket tumble, they can go to bed this evening feeling very confident and satisfied with their batting performance in the second innings. And now for Jermaine Blackwood, there are 2 slips. In fact, it's Gilzine on strike. So they're going to stop Gilzine getting on the back foot and scoring between the slip and the silly point. That area is plugged. If he wants, he has to go through cover or extra cover.
Pressure late on day number 3. Last week when the Scorpions played the Volcano, just 1 ball was needed on day number 4 to end the game. 1 week later, totally different complexion.
I'll never forget that. Driving 2 hours from Iconi, coming to the stadium to call 1 ball, and then drive for further 2 hours to get back home. Nando was taking a blow there. Yes, and he, a Creolese word they call it, he hinges. But he's a strong guy.
Very watchful, as we can expect from Gilzine. Final over of the day's play. He's done very well to get to 81. Career best for him in his second first-class game. Maiden half-century at this level. Batting with his captain in an unbroken second wicket partnership of 166 so far. Putting a premium on his wicket now, and that's the end of the day's play. Gilzine finishing on 81 not out. We'll come back and resume tomorrow morning. And Jermaine Blackwood is captain with him on 66. 176 for the loss of 1 wicket. 43 overs of batting in their second innings. After they were set a target of 458 to come from behind and win this match against the home side, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. A partnership of 166. Earlier we saw runs were beaten, picking up Leroy Lugg for 10. But since then, Blackwood and Gilzine put on a good show for us this afternoon.
Yes, and the Scorpions seem to have gotten their venom back in their sting, and that is through the willow of the 2 batters out in the middle. Gilzine is on 81, Blackwood on 66. What a fine partnership of 166 between these 2. Well, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the declaration did come, setting Jamaica a whooping 458 for victory. And they started by getting the early wicket, the wicket of Leroy Lugg, who was caught by Tevin Imlach of the bowling of Beaton for 10. Since then, these 2 have come together. And when stumps are drawn on day number 3, Jamaica needs a further 282 to win. And certainly this match now we can say it's actually evenly balanced, John.
Exactly, Indrajit. And tomorrow it can go either way. 94 runs on average per session needed by Jamaica Scorpions. Though they always say add 2 wickets to that equation, and you can see a difference. Guyana Harpy Eagles need to pick up 9 wickets to win this game. A result definitely on the horizon.
Yes, so true. Let's look at the bowling department. Today, what we saw, Marquino Mindley, a fine spell of bowling, 6 for 54. His best bowling in an innings and match figures as well for the Jamaican speedster. And on the other hand, when the Harpy Eagles bowled against the Scorpions, beaten the lone wicket taker, 1 for 67, bowled with a lot of heart and good pace too. And we saw him get real good bounce once he bent the back and hit the deck hard. Wasn't supported. I think that Niall Smith a little bit on the wayward side with no balls and balls going down the leg side. Moti and Virasamy Premal never presented any real worries for the Scorpions batting. Sinclair, the off spinner, far too often bowled down the leg side. None for 15. John, final words from you as we await tomorrow whose game you think it might be.
In a game dominated by the speedsters, we saw two magnificent hundreds so far. One from Leon Johnson, captain of the Harp Eagles, 150 not out, and Tevin Imlach in the second innings, 136 not out, and Tejan Chanderpaul back from test duties, a good 8-9 at the top of the order. But the speedsters really having their way, and runs were beaten, and Nal Smith can be asked to have one more go tomorrow morning to get into the Jamaica Scorpions middle order. But so far, Blackwood and Gilseen have other plans. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back with you right here at Providence from about 9 hours 50 local time, 8 hours 50 in Jamaica. We invite you to join us then when we bring you the final day's play in this match, Guyana Harp Eagles against Jamaica Scorpions, live from Providence. Until then, bye-bye.